fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got really outside of both of them. Maloney!
Oh, he's taking Anderson. Anderson's up top.
Oh my God! Big crash. Oh my goodness, half the field's going to get rolled.
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go.
Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my God!
God, what?
This is the original esport racing game. This is iRacing.
Well, it's been a while since we've seen a Brazilian race, second in the calendar. If there was a certain song that would describe it, we'd have to party like it was 1999 if we were going to get ourselves back into position with a race like this. Just 1 year ago, even that, 6 months ago, we saw racing action that was absolutely sensational in reverse grid format. Two brand new winners found themselves to the forefront of the V8SCOPS calendar, and here we are back once again to see history made once more, because V8SCOPS round 2 of the championship is here once again at the circuit of Interlagos. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen all around the world. I'm Jake Sperry, joined with the Southpaw racer Reese Gardner, Jay Kennedy on cameras for this one, but Super Split 2 action. We'll get ourselves underway first and foremost here, Mr. Gardner. So, most importantly, I think it has to be said, let's talk qualifying times. Top 80 split by not 1.4 like last time, which we thought was mightily impressive, less than 1.1.
Absolutely. Those gaps are absolutely crazy. When I saw that, when I woke up this morning, I just couldn't believe it. It really shows the depth of competition in this series. It shows how much everyone wants to be a part of this, the Virtual Racing School V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. This is the top sim racing series in the Oceanic Sim Sphere, of course, run by Oceanic Sim Racing. And, we've got a full field here for Split 2. It's going to be amazing.
It certainly is, and dare I say it, best league in the world at the moment. I'm not sure anything can get close in terms of competition and in terms of just how brilliant the fighting action is out there on circuit. But this is a 4.31 kilometer, 15-turn roller coaster, which has had many changes throughout the years. Of course, it had this massive elongated spiraling effect in the mid-70s, but now into its more traditional placing, I think we could say, in terms of the more modern layout. We've seen so many nice little battles, and arguably what I would say is the greatest back and forth track I think you can find anywhere in the world, Reese. I think that the side-by-side action is one of the few tracks I think you could legitimately go 2/3 of, if not even an entire lap side-by-side.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and we saw that in the Oceanic Formula 3 Championship when it went here a few weeks ago. So it's very impressive what the drivers can do around here, and you are right about the switching back and forth. Plenty of over-under opportunities. That's a move that we'll see quite a bit when one driver enters a corner on the outside of another and then late apexes it to get a good run. You might be seeing that in this section we're starting to look at here, the hairpin section, after that amazing double right-hander. We're watching a car go through here now just to see what's going on. Brian Borg currently in 3rd place in this practice session. Qualifying is not run for Split 2. It's determined by pre-qualifying times, and he is going to be on pole for this one, just demonstrating that twisty 2nd and 3rd sector.
Yes, and Brian Borg, the Bryborg as he is sometimes known, Premier Esports Racing Team, now climbed himself up the hill, then out of Junsao, the junction, through the Archibancadas, that left-hander which is so difficult when it rains, and then of course Desquita dos boxes as well to finish the lap off. And that's Brian Borg looking to try and find himself a bit more pace. That moves him up into second in this practice session, so he's definitely showing what he's got capable on him. But Reese, more importantly, this is a week 13, not necessarily for the fact that we've had Max Bantz a couple of days ago, if not yesterday, but more importantly, how has this update changed the complexity of this round of the championship, knowing that there have been maybe a subtle tweak here and there potentially to these V8s?
Well, in terms of the way they drive, there has not been much of a change as we see Ross Rizzo coming in. But one thing that will be crucial from next round onwards is iRacing's new implementation of anti-stall. Previously, there was just an anti-stall system on all cars. You couldn't stall the thing if you dumped the clutch. Now, on certain cars, you can. In the supercar, that doesn't really have much of an effect on the way you drive out on the track, other than the fact that you need a little more throttle blipping and you need to be a bit more careful with how you use the clutch. It has been done in week 13, but the race administration team at Oceanic Sim Racing have decided to put that difficulty setting in for the next round onwards, just to give the drivers a bit more time to get used to it.
And, well, I think that's a very good decision made by the stewarding team. Of course, that stewarding team run by Simon Black and Michael Korolev, who have both proven themselves to be very competent when it has come to their decision-making. And, of course, with the reverse grid racing coming up later on, this is the chance where new names are to be made. And, in fact, this is probably one of the few rounds I can honestly say here today, Reese, where someone from Split 2 can go along, have a race win, and not only that, they could potentially have a race win in Split 1 as well. It's the only scenario I think I can see feasibly happening.
Yes, indeed. We've got the settings up on screen at the moment, just the track stats there. It's a 25-lap race here in Split 2 with a 55% fuel tank restriction. You are right, though. With this event format, race 1 is run as normal, but then after that, we get out the spinny wheel, which some long-time viewers of SimSpeed may be familiar with. A position between, I believe, 10th and 25th. We will be selected, and the grid reversal will be based on that. So if the number is 11, then 11th forward will be reversed, and so on and so forth. Really exciting. Throws up a lot of opportunities.
It is. The spinning wheel is more over than we are, Reese. But aside from that, though, at the moment, that's just something to keep in mind a little bit later on when it comes to this event. But look at some of the names that have found themselves in this second split race. You've got the likes of, say, Brian Borg, we've talked about already. James Scott looked very, very good over the course of some of the racing. Riley Blythe, Jamie McKnight. Still got that second rung, shall we say, of Evolution Racing Team drivers who are looking to try and use their merger with Apex properly. And let's not forget, when it comes to reverse grid racing, Apex Racing Team are probably the best out there because of their work in the BSRTC Kia Optima Championship.
Yeah, it's exactly right, and that should definitely help Evolution Racing Team in that respect. But the man who was just on screen then, Ross Rizzo, is one that we will focus on throughout this event, as Jacob Knight has a bit of an off for Redback. But Rizzo made regular appearances in Top Split at the end of last season, but it's gone back to what it was at the start of last season for Rizzo, making appearances in Split 2, which is underselling his talent a bit.
It certainly is. It's also the first start of the season for Mari Yarushka in the 690. She qualified inside the top 10, believe it or not, when it came to the, I think it was one of the races that was there. So I think it was a second split, not a second split race, sorry, but a second race of the evening. She had a very strong start that she had to try and defend very hard from. But Mari Rushka, starting this one inside the top 5, she could become the first woman to win a race in V8SCOPS.
Certainly could, and for those of you watching the stream at the moment, yes, your eyes are not deceiving you. There are Porsches out on track. Those are the race control here in V8SCOPS. They're driving the safety car. We have a manual safety car now in V8SCOPS, which was used to great effect last round at Montreal. Hopefully it doesn't have to make too many appearances at this round, but it's there if we need it.
Well, hopefully not as many as we saw last time out at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, which was 3 overall over the course of the event, but you never know. When it comes to races like these, it could very much change incredibly quickly with some of the racing that they have going on. And let's not forget here, Reese, this is a track which has been Herman Tilkeified. It used to be a gravel death trap on the outside of most corners. Now you have that opportunity to get away with it a little bit more. You can definitely run off wide. You can use the tarmac that's available in so many places that I think that it could very much cause more issues here today, especially with the fact that you'll have drivers trying to desperately rejoin onto the circuit.
Yeah, but we've also got to remember that on the exits of a lot of corners, there's also a strip of grass which you can still lose it on. I think definitely those expansive tarmac runoff areas are going to be inviting, but the drivers do still have to be careful around here. It's a very deceptively difficult circuit.
Oh, I have to agree. I think it is an incredibly difficult circuit, and you've got to make sure that you get this one correct at every given opportunity. Not only do you have to get all of the track correct, you've got to get a pit lane correct as well. One mandatory pit stop required, of course, when it comes to the second split's worth of racing. So what you have to remember here, Reese, it's one of the fastest pit roads that they have. They travel from nigh on 250 kilometers an hour, slamming on the brakes, looking to try and find their marker. Not only that, it is a winding and weaving exit to pit road.
Yeah, it definitely is. Only one lane wide, so that was pit entry just then that you saw. And pit exit coming out onto the back stretch, I suppose you could call it, out of turn 3. It's going to be difficult to get right. You almost have to start racing as you're exiting the pit lane. It's going to be difficult for drivers who aren't quite sure where the limits of their car are.
Yes, and they've got to make sure that the limits of those cars are pushed to that absolute perfection, which so many drivers have managed to showcase over this one. But main overtaking opportunities today going to be the run out of Junsao all the way up through Archibancadas and Esquina dos boxes, as I just see Mario Rushka just get a little bit of a tap there from James Scott in Evolution Racing Team car. So that's going to be a little bit of something to keep in mind of during the race. But more importantly than that, you've also got that switchback opportunity after the center S's, where what the prime overtaking opportunity is, as we're seeing right now on screen. You've also got the run down the Reto Aposta as they bump on the way on the brakes. You're in practice, for goodness sake.
Well, this is the best time to do it, Sperry. This is the best time.
Of course. Elbows out, get it out of your system before the race happens, but it's the run to Esquina del Lago 4 and 5, which also presents an opportunity.
Whoa! Marie, goodness me, over all the way to the other side of the track there as they come into turn 4 here. It's a difficult one, this one. Narrows up on exit. You can't run over that green AstroTurf, otherwise you will get an off-track incident point, and if you want to keep track of your incidents, it's not a place you want to go wide. Then it's into this double right-hander up the hill, a fantastic piece of track that goes straight into the braking zone for what I've tended to call the hairpin section, all the way over the curbs. Fantastic piece of road.
It is a sensational bit of battling track as they head out of the Pinarino up to the Bico de Pato, the Duckspill, and on the brakes, oh dear, trouble in the background, but they all managed to survive that one. The racing here today presented by the Virtual Racing School, of course, which has been so influential in bringing this series right up to snuff, up to standard. And you have to also say as well, the work that West End Mazda have put in help sponsoring this event here, put on by Oceanic Sim Racing, has been absolutely sensational to see as well. Our replays today will be brought to you by Motum Simulations, who are right at the very peak of their powers when it comes to bringing in so much into this big simulator world of new products which are being brought in and attacking. But Practice is about to come to an end in the next 15 seconds and under, and we will take ourselves to the Super Split 2 starting grid, the winner of which will join the 41, it must be reminded, that will go through to the top. There will be one of 42 because Jack Boyd and also Jake Blackhall tied on times in pre-qualification. So it is practice over, and let's get ourselves then a grid up on your screen. It'll be Brian Borg on pole position. Ross Rizzo will join alongside on the front row. Mario Rushka will start third. James Scott in fourth. We saw how they battled. David Sanford fifth with Andrew Fraser sixth. Riley Blythe and Ian Bird on row 4. Justin Wallace and Jamie McKnight row 5.
And coming off this field, we got Dylan Shepard and Jamie Stovold in 11th and 12th, followed by Bruce Kiley and Scott Larnack for TTL Esports. Row 9 is going to be Brenton O'Brien and Gary Cooper. Excuse me, that's row 8. This is row 9, David Kinmond and Lance Perkins. Top 20, rounded out by Greg Sharp for Stealth Simforce and Dion Peters.
Rest of your drivers then going through on your screen, the likes of Blake Neck down the field, Todd Parks, Brett Hender as well, all there. But these drivers will now need to find themselves with a good opportunity. Uphill start, though, for these drivers. It's going to be difficult from about the third row. It's a downhill start. It's going to be a lot easier for a lot of other drivers to get this one correct here as the green flag drops and we get ourselves underway for 25 laps worth of actions. Issues for Scott means that he's not got what he wanted. And look at that from Rizzo, absolutely right. Stunning start, down to the inside. Rushka's looking all over, almost a bit of contact there. And Rushka goes around actually there. Contact coming in from David Sanford. Wide goes Ross Rizzo, and Bryborg keeps the position for the lead.
Yeah, that was James Scott there. He had technical issues. That's why he couldn't appear on the grid. He was actually racing. I saw him pop up a couple of times inside other cars, so he needs to get that sorted out right now. Otherwise, he's going to cause a lot of trouble.
Yes, and that's going to have to be very, very easily dealt with here at the moment, as now they're all just trying to not stack up over each other, as all Brian Borg is starting to run himself into maybe a couple of issues here and there, but still keeps in line and does a very good job, as one vehicle actually has just pulled off of the circuit, I do believe. Didn't quite. It was James Scott who was having all of those issues, so that's just something to keep in mind. This is a little wiggle from Andrew Fraser, which is not good. Dylan Shepard is trying to get himself a way through. He's not finding anything at the moment as they make their way through to the Beacon Plateau. Out on track, and whoa indeed.
Yeah, look at that dive from Shepard. He's gone all the way through there on Andrew Fraser, so that is another position change. Up the front, though, Ross Rizzo has managed to pull out a couple of car lengths over Brian Borg. He's doing everything right at the moment as Rizzo. Brian Borg's having to play catch-up. Have a look behind them. This is Scott Larnack chasing down Andrew Fraser down the straight.
Yeah, and Scott Larnack wants to try and prove his worth at the SimWorks TTL Esports team, and he is trying everything to get himself into position. One lap score complete then here at Autodromo Jose Carlos Pace here at Interlagos on the brakes into turn number 1. Pick your line, and wide in about 5th position there was Justin Wallace, who had to go very, very careful there if he didn't want to run himself into issues, and now he will be on the back foot making his way through towards Desquita de Largo, turns 4 and 5, as now here comes Dylan Shepard looking on that inside. He made 5 positions on the opening lap, and he's still looking, not quite there. Bit of contact, though, coming off of the exit, and he opens the door that way.
Yeah, certainly does, but now he's on the outside for this double ride. Is Wallace just going to yield? No, he's going to try and keep the position there. A lot of drivers having trouble with stability under brakes in these early laps. Cool temperatures at the moment with not much sunlight hitting the track. Side-by-side running that we were talking about in practice, Sperry. This is it demonstrated beautifully.
It is, especially for third, as Riley Blythe's down the inside of David Sanford, who did so well in AOSC, winning alongside with Dane Warren. But look at this, it's still too wide, so they make their way to Magulo. This long downhill left-hander, so difficult to hold too wide, and they're both going to have to yield. That is going to be Larnack and also Wallace, who both decide to just back it off. Ross Rizzo has got the gap that he wants, but the last thing he wants at this stage is a caution, and they're fighting hard because here's Ian Bird now trying to get through. Jamie McKnight is on the rear of this train too, and they've got to be so cautious here that they're not going to run into each other as they make their way across. Now Brian Borg under pressure for second, because here comes Riley Blythe on the outside, looking to try and make this move, and can he get this one to stick inside for the second part of the center S and into the Curva de Sol? Don't no, and into the wall, and around will go a certain Riley Blythe.
That's a shame. That's a shame, because Blythe actually had the position there. He had every right to it. Unfortunately, Borg, I think, just didn't want to let it go. We've got a modem simulation replay right here of just what happened.
I think Brian Borg really just ran himself out of room. I think he maybe was trying to keep his foot in and keep himself in play, but ultimately ran out of time, and that wasn't good as the replay comes in. And in fact, Borg has just had a bit of contact there with Dylan Shepherd, who barges away by and gets 2 positions lost for his troubles there, does Brian Borg. So, well, we say karma sometimes does exist. Maybe some say for the better there in that situation, others say for the worst, as now Andrew Fraser still finds himself too wide, this time with Scott Larnock, and Larnock still looking to try and find himself an opportunity to get away past on the outside, which will turn to the inside, and you can see just how close they're battling, and look at the train that now forms behind.
Absolutely. Fraser now at the head of this train with Scott Larnack. Who have we got? McKnight, Knight, Bird, Stovold, Kinman, O'Brien, Peters, Blythe, Gardner. There's so many cars in this train. A 15-ton freight train barreling its way down to turn 1 at Interlagos. Still side by side is Larnack and Fraser. Fraser taking pit entry there, try and get a little extra space there on Borg. Have a look at McKnight. He's he's overshot it. Oh, how did they pull that up? That's amazing.
They're 3 wide and they're still trying to go, and they're just all going to get it together. Jane McKnight loses 2 positions for the Troubles. There was also maybe a little bit of contact in the back with Dion Peters, I believe it was, trying to go down the inside. Some committed braking there in the early goings, and they're still going at it because McKnight's got to battle off Stovold here, who's on the outside, and can he get that run going? Trying to on the outside, runs out of road, no chance. Riley Blythe on the recovery has got a way through on David Kinman, and that is back up into the 12th position, I think, at the moment. Blythe's made 3 positions on this lap. Could you believe it? At this stage, we're only on lap 4 out of 25 as they make their way into the Laranjina, this beautiful right-hander, then the Pinarino, which is the left, and then the Bico de Pato, which comes along straight after. And they're still scrapping in this train because you've still got the likes of Blake Neck trying to get involved here, as Stephen Varga and Dion Peters, I believe, just came together.
Yes, indeed. It's on for young and old as a good idol of a lot of the iRacing V8 community says. Varga going defensive into Junsao. This is not going to work out well for him or Peters, because have a look at the run that Blake Neck has got as a result of that. Messed up exit from Varga.
Look at
Peters
Shepherd.
on the off.
Look at Shepherd down the inside of Sanford. He tries to open up the door at the second part of the center S. No chances then. Justin Wallace now can get aggressive here around the outside. He may look at the Curva de Sol. Does not get that run. And again, Sanford shows that he's got pace, but he does not have everything that he really needs in this one. Looking again to that inside, not quite finding it. So Justin Wallace has to stay behind just for a little time being. Here's McKnight, though, down the inside of Ian Bird, and he just doesn't have enough in the mid part, slid it out wide, and there we see another position not quite made. Jacob Knight, though, is 21st to 8th at the moment, and he's looking at Fraser for 7th.
Yes, indeed he is, as those guys go side by side into that turn. Amazing job there from Jacob Knight to make up that many positions. Scott Larnack as well, currently running in 6th, started 14th. Dylan Shepherd from 11th to 3rd as well. There's some amazing runs going on through this field.
Yes, and now look at how it's all stacking up, because now there's a massive train behind David Kinman, who's proving to be a nice cork in a really nice whiskey bottle, because Here's Adam Gardner, Gary Cooper, Greg Sharp, Todd Park, Stephen Varga, Blake Neck, Dion Peters, Jason Hyde, and all the rest in this train trying to stay with and get themselves up another position. They are all stuck in this one, trying to find a magical way through that's going to give them the advantage to get another position. Look at Jacob Knight, though, because Fraser has got not much to answer against the LeBlanc car there in Redback Racing colours, down to the inside, and that is pretty plain sailing there from Jacob Knight. He is now up into 7th position, looking to find a way past Larnack.
Yes, indeed. So Jacob Knight continuing his charge there, and a fantastic job from him there too. But it's still very feisty in that 15th back battle. Noticing Greg Sharp and Todd Parks getting very close together, and Stephen Varga might want to jump in on this as well. They're going to go for the move into turn 4. Careful, guys. Todd Parks having to briefly back out of that one.
Yes, and now look at how this is really going to affect him, because here's Stephen Varga starting to think about coming straight back, and will go down the inside, maybe at Ferradura, the double apex horseshoe right-hander. No, not a place to go and make a move. You don't often see them there, and as such, not going to be in a position to go out there and really attack that one. Riley Blythe just behind, still trying to find a way past Stovall, still finding himself pretty much stoically stuck at this stage into the next right-hander at the Bico de Pato, but again, nothing, even with a little tap, cannot find himself a way through. Leader though, Ross Rizzo, 4.2 last time at the line the gap was between himself and Dylan Shepherd. Safe to say, he has checked out of this one, and he is wanting to run and really redeem himself to get to split one.
Oh yeah, but just quickly, there's been a huge crash at Junsao. Dion Peters heavy into the wall.
Oh,
he just
big
went
hit.
sailing into there. We're going to have to get a Motum replay of that one, because that looked to me like a botched overtake.
Well, let's have a look at this one. New Zealand sim racing car of Dion Peters then trying to get this one to work. There is the geodesic car in front. Gets on the brakes, and oh, that was an attempt, and that was a huge send. And Jason Hyde, the privateer, maybe going to get a little bit too greedy there going in. You do sometimes, though, Reese, get a little bit pent up and frustrated if you find yourself in there. You get bogged down, you get frustrated, and chances happen from there.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's very easy to let emotions run rife. So the best thing to do is try and keep a cool head, continue running your race. Here's Blythe and Stovall on screen at the moment, making their way out of Ferradura. And it looks like a pretty tight battle between these guys. Blythe has managed to make his way almost up to the top 10 again. That's a pretty impressive recovery so far.
It is an impressive recovery, and let's not forget there's a pit stop coming as well, and I think these drivers are now going to have to work out when's the right time to dive in. Effectively, pit window is open anywhere from about now-ish if you want to come in, so I think drivers are going to probably leave this one as late as they possibly can. Someone like Ross Rizzo will be looking to battle it out and try and make sure that he will cover off every other move that is available, and it is so difficult to tell when you're coming onto the pit lane. You've got to make sure that you are very clear and precise with how you do it. Here comes Jacob Knight, though, and it's a defensive line taken by Larnack, and you'll have to go the long way around if he wants to make this one work, and he's not quite in that position just yet here, Reese, to make that one happen, but Jacob Knight is certainly cavalier charging his way up the field.
Yeah, he 100% is, and Larnack's going to have to be really careful looking in his mirrors as race controllers given Jason Hyde a drive-through penalty for that incident with Dion Peters. There is Hyde serving that penalty. So quick on the mark is race control there.
They are. They haven't had too many incidents, I think, in this race to really go out there and penalise at the moment, as Gary Cooper in the 420 machine lets out a bit of a puff of smoke coming through Desquita de Lago. He's got Sharp, Varga, Parks and Neck all in this 5-car train battling it out for 16th position at the moment, and not quite in a position to make anything happen. But look at how heavy everyone is locking up the brakes. Those tyres are being absolutely torn to shreds at this stage, even though the track is a very cool 21 degrees here for Brazil.
Yes, indeed. It's the drivers are having a bit of trouble getting used to these conditions, I think, as we take a look at Adam Gardner and David Kinmond. Kinmond having a bad run through the run-up to Junsao. Gardner holding him off quite nicely, but I get the feeling these guys have not quite finished with their fight.
No, I don't think they are at all. I think all these drivers are wanting to try and work out when's the right place to fight, because again, David Sanford decides not for me into turn number 1 this time, just playing that patience game as again to the outside. There's a look, and there's a little look down the inside as well behind, because Jacob Knight couldn't get the move done. Jamie McKnight couldn't get it done either, so the Knights are faltering here at the moment, and it seems that King Arthur's Round Table seemingly doesn't have enough willpower or enough resources to go and make overtakes here in Interlagos. Maybe it's not going to work, but McKnight goes back down to the inside, looking for the move, and he gets it horribly wrong, and there's contact there, and Andrew Fraser, they're going to part the Red Sea and go around him like Zonta and also Schumacher and Hakkinen, and guess who played Hakkinen? Riley Blythe. He gained 2 out of it.
Absolutely did. Awesome presence of mind there from Riley Blythe to go to the outside and get that done. As meanwhile, something has happened to Dylan Shepherd. There's been a bit of contact between Shepherd and Sanford. Those guys have actually switched places. Not quite sure how that went around.
Well, this was at Ferradura, and I think that it was just a case of Shepherd ran a little bit wide, gave a bit of room there to Sanford, who said, thank you very much, I take those for breakfast, and I put a bit of butter on it with those overtakes, so he gets himself back up into that second position, all the while making sure that Ross Rizzo pulls away even further over the course of this one. This battle, second, third, and don't forget Justin Wallace, though, in 4th position. He's having a very solid run. Does Shepherd look to dive back? Oh, he's so late on the brakes down the inside, and he's going to take the position as well. Sanford again will back out of it then through the second part of the left-right chicane of the Center S. And just like that, David Sanford is back in 3rd once more.
Yeah, it definitely is, but it looks like he may try to go again at turn 4. Not enough room on the outside for him to have a go there. He's going to have to elect to stay behind, but that is certainly not over. And as I say that, Shep running a little bit wide, Andrew Fraser in the pits. Goodness me, this battle is really heating up at the moment. Andrew Wallace, I think, has no idea where to put his car.
Andrew Wallace, it's Justin Wallace, I do believe you're looking to find.
My apologies.
But Wallace, it's all right, it's all fine, it's all dandy, but at the moment, nose to tail, heading through the Laranjina into the Pinarino. No chances then coming along for Justin Wallace in that 4th position as the pit stop cycle has officially begun here in the racing action. Look all the way back through this field, still got some great scraps because you've got 3 cars at this one. Damon Mulqueen's holding off Brett Hender at the moment, and Benjamin Smith. And Benjamin Smith, I would thought, would have been someone right up the pointy end of this field.
Yeah, certainly. It's obviously not the race for them, but this battle for second on your screen at the moment, we're on board with Justin Wallace here in the slipstream of David Sanford. And these guys are not close enough together to see any moves being made, but the pressure is still on. Maybe these guys are just taking the opportunity to save a bit of fuel behind Shepherd. That may help them in the pit stops.
Riley Blythe goes Tokyo style through the Center S, and he survives to tell the tale. He will lose out to Jamie McKnight, but Ian Bird now starts thinking about getting aggressive. Look at this, Reese. This is beautiful drifting.
All right, let's have a look here. What's happened to Blythe? He's actually caught the grass there. My goodness. Oh, wow. Almost a little bit of contact there, but they both managed to get away with it, did Riley Blythe and Ian Bird. Wow. This is it from Bird's perspective. Look at that. Tiny bit of contact, but if anything, I think that set Blythe right a bit more.
Yes, it certainly did, and that would be very helpful, and you'll get a nice little point from me in terms of a nice little correction tap there to help you on your way as Sanford goes brave looking for the inside, and he will not get that one in that battle third. You can attack that section of track to the Pico de Pato. It is effectively the assassin's line, as I believe Ryan Shooter has had himself maybe a penalty of some sort or something. I didn't quite catch it, so he's got to be very careful. So a penalty for Shooter, and that will really hurt his run here today. He was looking very solid for a top 20 here in Super Split 2, but it is Ross Rizzo who leads this one. Dylan Shepherd now here, Reese, under pressure as they make their way to 1 again.
Yes, indeed. Sanford in the slipstream. Having a look at the outside once again. No move being made. I think Sanford has learnt the lesson there. A move through into the center S doesn't always work out. You may find yourself side by side battling for the entire lap if you don't get it done quickly. And Shepard's actually gotten a very good run out of turn 3. So fight another corner as Riley Blythe takes his stop. Larnack does too. The pits are coming alive here as Shooter takes his penalty.
Yes, a lot of drivers coming in then looking to make their stops as Scott Larnack gets himself out and away, and crucially, there's Craig Jones, and behind Craig Jones is Dion Peters, and it's a long way back to look for someone like Andrew Fraser, who has got a lot of work to do over the course of this one, because he's been jumped by Blythe and many others over the course of this one. Look at this battle though going on. You've got Brenton O'Brien and David Kinmond here looking to get onto that Redback Racing Team car of Adam Gardner, trying to make a way through, all on the back of Stovold, who has been pretty much fending off every man and his neighbour at this stage. But again, bits of lock up there and a great run from Brenton O'Brien. He's all over Adam Gardner heading to Junsao, but of course Mehulo is not the place to be running nose to tail.
Yeah, certainly not. You want to have a good gap between yourself and the car in front if you want to make a move at this track. You can't just slip out from behind and go for it. Let's see if...
Shepard's in.
Oh yes, actually he is. So this is going to change the battle for second somewhat.
In Shepherd, in is Jamie McKnight as well, followed by Brenton O'Brien and David Kinmond, who closes right up on the brakes. With that uphill line onto the brakes, Tyler Blackburn looks to try and play with the marker, and he gets that one absolutely perfect as he looks for his stop. Now, crucially, where will Dylan Shepherd come out in all of this? He will be the driver keep an eye out on as he looks to try and get back out and going. If it's clean air, then it's trouble for pretty much everybody else in this field, and it looks like it is a mountain of free air, and Dylan Shepherd will now have the ability to attack on fresh tyres, which I think a lot of other drivers will not have that ability to do, as Sanford still battles out with Wallace, and now Brian Borg is caught up onto the rear again.
Yeah, that's pretty crucial for them. Brian Borg catching back up to this battle for second on track at the moment. Borg, of course, on pole for this one, but got a poor start and some contact, so he is looking to redeem himself. He's on his way to doing that pretty nicely.
He is, and he needs to try and find some moves very quickly. The Bryborg is almost Terminator-like at the moment in the way that he's trying to chase down those drivers, but we have seen so often how David Sanford is one of the best defenders when it comes to a V8 supercar. May not be the quickest, but my goodness, he is an Imperial iron wall at times. Down onto the lane, Wallace decides he's had enough. Borg decides to follow him, so Sanford will be left all on his merry lonesome. Great braking though from Brian Borg. He closed right up to the rear there of Justin Wallace and has put him under pressure on the run into pit road. So just keep an eye on this one. It's going to get very, very dicey. As also in is the likes of Stovold and Bird, who look to make their ways on the lane along with Brett Hender.
Yes, indeed. And we look at our leader, Ross Rizzo, briefly. He is out in front by a long amount of time. Craig Jones and Jacob Knight battling here, and Jones is going to dive into the pits. It's always very stressful following a car through that section of track. As Borg comes out, this is going to be interesting. He's actually come out not that far behind Shepherd.
Yes, and Wallace is going to come out side by side and almost ahead. And I think Justin Wallace has just got the jump on the overcut. And that is the surprising fact. So
awesome.
Justin Wallace has done a brilliant job. Unless there's an attack here through Interlagos, he tries to get his tyres back up to temperature here. Look at this. Big slide coming off the exit. Door opens up for Dylan Shepherd, and he will look down to the inside as he herds away around Justin Wallace. And there's not much you can do there, Justin. That was pure, brilliant driving from Dylan Shepherd and sensing the moment.
Opportunistic, to be sure. And of course, Shepherd with the advantage of having an extra lap to get his tyres up to temperature, up to pressure. And Fraser, I'm sorry, Wallace. I'm getting all my names confused here this afternoon, Sperry. He is going to have to wait for another opportunity himself.
in comes David Sanford from second position, incredibly pedestrian on pit entry, and I reckon that everyone's going to jump by him. Adam Gardner comes in, so does Gary Cooper onto the lane, as right now Brian Borg has got to try and find a way past to Jason Hyde, who probably has to come back in again and make another stop because of the penalty that he had, and on cue, in he comes. So just keep an eye on this. Where coming out is going to be David Sanford. He's making his way now through turn number 2, and it is a shorter stop, and I think that he's been trying to save some fuel behind some drivers because he has got himself out and away and ahead as well. So Dylan Shepherd is probably going to do that same strategy here, Reese. Chase down, and of course the race leader is due in on the lane anytime now.
Yeah, exactly right, and this could certainly heat up for these guys at the moment as we see other cars coming out of the pits. Taking a look at these guys coming up through to Ferradura. You see the jump that Sanford has got there up ahead of Shepherd. That's pretty impressive, but will he have enough fuel to finish? Blake Neck in trouble.
Yeah, and that's the Alpine Stars geodesic racing car. Let's see if we can get a replay and see exactly what has happened to Blake Neck, and it's heading himself then through turn number 3, the Curva de Sol, and it may look like it's on the exit, potentially. No, it was going to be down at the Skida de Lago, I think, and he was maybe a little bit worried about the battling behind the 2 Redback cars, and well, he just goes straight on. That's an engine, that's downshift.
Yeah, on the downshift, the engine just absolutely blew its top. That's really unfortunate for Blake Neck. He wasn't running that badly as Rizzo is in the pits. And have a look at the angle that Rizzo has got here. He is angled right to the outside of that pit box. He wants to put in as little steering input as he possibly can, and out he comes, still comfortably in the lead.
It's just the little things for Ross Rizzo at the moment. Micromanage your way to the end of this one. He's got 10 laps from now to get himself to the end, and he is now holding that big advantage that only he seems to keep on managing to deliberate and continuing to improve over the course of this one. This is how now the field stacks up. Ross Rizzo leads this one with David Sanford in second, Dylan Shepherd third, Justin Wallace fourth, with Brian Borg now in fifth. Scott Larnock has been the big gainer. He has caught onto the rear of Borg in sixth position. Through all of this, somehow Riley Blythe is in seventh, Jamie McKnight eighth, with Ian Bird ninth, and now in 10th position is Jacob Knight. But the big key crucial fact is, it's not just now Brian Borg chasing down for second. It's now also Scott Larnock who will have the bit between his teeth as a split 2 winner last season.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Larnack looking to prove himself here in the V8, and if he can get himself into split 1 at some point during the season, that would be awesome to see how he stacks up against the big guys up the top there. As we take a look once again at the battle between Shepherd and Wallace, it's now for third, as Sanford seems to be maintaining that gap very nicely. Shepherd just locking up, so is Wallace. These guys pushing very hard as the sun comes out for the first time.
It does. It has been mostly cloudy here so far today, and it's going to just heat that track up and make sure there's a bit more understeer in this one. But look at the run that Wallace is going to have. Is he just sitting on the fuel number? No, he's not. He thought about the inside. It was slowly being covered there by Shepherd, and that was maybe a little bit naughty there, just changing his line right on the braking point. But you have to also remember, this gap to the lead has stayed at around 6.5 seconds. So this one maybe is just starting to close ever so slightly. And maybe they're starting to think as well, I can't afford to battle you too hard because we'll lose touch with Sanford and maybe second position.
Yeah, that's right. They can't afford to be battling too hard, as Borg in a tiny bit of trouble here. And Larnack rapidly chasing him down. I've noticed Borg has made a couple of small errors since coming out of the pits. That's brought him right into the clutches of the 112. There's a potential move going on here. Is Larnack going to fire it up the inside? No, not this time.
Completely contrasting lines then being taken. It was a much more aggressive break from Brian Borg, who managed to just hold his line nicely. Is there a look down the inside? No, not close enough, but Borg runs a little bit wide there through the Bico de Pato, and just again unable to pick up an opportunity, a run here from Scott Larnock. He is just having to sit incredibly patiently and wait for positions to come to him, which is the nightmare that so many drivers do not want to find themselves in. Patience is the worst enemy sometimes of drivers, but more often than not finds itself to be the best friend. Can he have a chance through Archibancadas, heading to Desquitados boxes, and still nothing is quite there at the moment for Larnock. He's got to go brave on the brakes. Is he a brave man? Not at the moment compared to Brian Borg. He's again playing that waiting game as Borg has a huge lockup.
Yeah, well, Larnack, you were talking about patience, Sperry. He seems a lot smoother than Borg at the moment, taking good care of those tyres, which is really crucial around a track like this. As I say that, big slide out of turn 3. He doesn't want to do that too much, but tyre life at Interlagos is something that you really need to keep track of. There's a lot of high-load corners here, a lot of hairpins where you'll be scrubbing the tyres trying to get the thing turned. Remember, these things don't have an open differential, and that means that basically it's understeer on entry and nothing but oversteer on exit.
Very, very true, and it's one of the biggest handfuls of machinery that many drivers have to try and deal with, but so often, more often than not, it is one of the most thrilling challenges that you will find. Battles going on in the field. Adam Gardner, Stephen Varga, David Kinman. It seems everywhere. Here comes Shepherd, sorry, we'll have a look at this one first and foremost because he is all over Sanford, who has struggled on this lap, and I think he's dropping back here, Sanford, to try and get himself in for a bit of draft and make sure he hits a fuel number, which I don't think he has.
Yeah, that's it. The last thing you want if you want to drive to a fuel number is be at the head of a pack, and it seems that Shepherd is going to make short work of the pass here. Coming by pit exit, that is a great sense of the speed that these guys are traveling at, touching 270 kilometers an hour at the end of this straight. Shepherd through quite easily.
Oh, if Shepherd wants to be really tactical, he would have maybe even bumped Sanford down the straight and said, well, you can't save fuel if I'm pushing you faster than you want to save and lift off. So, how about that? But what I was going to say was that no matter where I look, the redback cars have magnetized together, and I think pink liveries will be enforced if anyone in the last 8 laps comes together, as Ian Bird right now finds himself with Jacob Knight trying to maybe think about a way through. That gap is about a 10th at the moment and about a car length.
Yes, indeed, and Ian Bird, a position behind where he started. Jacob Knight, on the other hand, in the top 10 after starting 21st. He's been one of the hardest chargers in this field, so I'm not quite sure what the go is going to be at Redback, whether or not they try and keep them together, save a bit of fuel, as, goodness me, that's a lot of curb riding there by Wallace.
It was, and there was a lot of sliding about on the power as well. He could have so very easily lost it and spun the vehicle, which would have been disastrous for him and his very strong race that he's had here in 4th position. But this 2nd, 3rd, 4th battle has been the big key focus that we'll be looking at, because that gap for Ross Rizzo is now up at 9 seconds here in this race. He has been flying away with this one, and he is showing everyone just what a masterclass that he is able to put on for everybody to see. This has been some sensational racing, and there's still 6 laps left to go. The calm before the storm as everyone starts gearing up. When's the big last overtake going to happen? When do we decide to make it work?
Well, that's all in the heads of the drivers right now, and it is purely up to them. Shepherd, meanwhile, actually getting a nice gap from Sanford, but not quite escaping his clutches there. Just went over to the other side of that straight for some reason. I'm not sure why. But these redback cars, yeah, most likely. Ian Bird and Jacob Knight, they run the same livery. They are in different cars, and they are part of the same team here. As I was saying, I'm not quite sure what the go is going to be here. Do they preserve that position and maintain that top 10 for Knight, or does Bird let him go?
Well, that's the question that the team will have to deal with, and Mark Samuel will have to be in the ears, team boss, a Redback Racing team. They've got to work out what decision they want to make with these drivers, as now watch what Scott Larnock's been doing. He's just been sitting behind Brian Borg. Reason why, half a second lopped off of Justin Wallace that last time by. That gap is 2 seconds. They are closing this down, and it could be a 5-car scrap for the podium if we're not careful here, and that's what maybe Shepherd's trying to break away from and hope that Sanford does not drag them into.
Well, that I think answers our earlier question of why Scott Larnack was staying behind Brian Borg, because obviously Borg has enough of an even pace here with Larnack that they're able to continue going like this and still maintain time. Doesn't stop Larnack from having a little bit of a look into turn 1, but doesn't get by this time.
No, but he's got a great run coming through 2 and into 3. He's trying to look to the outside to try and make something happen at Curva de Sol. Not quite going to be able to make that happen. Will he look down to the inside? He decides, I'm biting a bullet. I've got to go now or I'm going never. He looks down to the inside, but he breaks incredibly early in comparison. Maybe a little bit worried about Brian Borg and any technical issues, but Borg gets a stonkingly bad run coming out of Desquita de Lago, and here will come Larnack once again, down to the inside again, backing out of it here. He's being too aggressive right now, and instead of attacking right now Justin Wallace, they're now going to be defending from Riley Blythe.
Yeah, exactly right, and you can see that happening in real time at the moment. Look at Blythe catching up to the rear of these guys. I think at the moment Borg has just taken too much out of his tyres and is struggling to maintain that forward momentum at the moment. If I were Larnack, I would try and get by him as soon as possible.
Brenton O'Brien's under pressure because here's Greg Sharp thinking about a move at Bico de Pato, and he's not going to get anything in the Penrite machine, as now they look to start trying to push forward, as Sharp in the 747 is looking to be almost Boeing-like in the way that he tries to make the move, and he cannot quite work it out for the moment, but maybe his best chance is coming. Here comes Scott Larnack, though. He's decided, finally, I've had enough. I'm going down the inside of you, Brian Borg, and there's nothing you can do to stop it, as they will now have 4 laps worth of racing to go. But again, later on the brakes is Borg. More confident on the brakes is Borg. But now Larnack's got a decision to make. He leaves in the room, though, and this is only going to invite Blythe into battle, and just for the time being anyway. Great run through Curva de Sol from Scott Larnack, and he has got himself 3/4 of a car length, almost a quarter panel, and don't go down the middle here, Riley. He backs out of it wisely.
Oh my goodness, this has so much potential to go awfully wrong, and it almost did for Larnack there. He's managed to keep it going, but my goodness, there you go. Another 2 positions for Riley Blythe, done and dusted. Oh, or is it? Not yet, not yet. Brian Borg trying to maintain that momentum. You can see Brian is hanging on to this by his fingernails. He does not want to let this position go. He knows, he says, I've started on pole. I deserve to keep this position. But at the end of it, Riley Blythe gets it going.
He does. He gets his 2-for-1 offer, and now McKnight, Bird and Knight are all there as Borg tried to look back at the inside. He's not going to find it. That's now a 6-car battle pack, looking for the lower half of the top 10, if not all of the top 10 at this stage. My goodness me, what a battle that we've just seen. 3 laps to go. The elbows have come out at Interlagos.
This is as good as it gets. This is why we love this series, man. It's amazing the kind of battling that you see going on around here. But Blythe is starting to skip away from Borg and Larnack. Speaking of Larnack, he's going to try and get in the slipstream once again. Will he be able to get by this time? Brakes a bit later than Borg. Will he be able to pull it up in time? Sideways is Scott Larnack, and he manages up making his way past Blythe as well briefly.
No, he doesn't quite get it, and look at this. Borg around the outside, the outside. Oh my goodness me, they just leave each other enough room. And here comes Jamie McKnight onto the scene, looking down to the inside, blocked off heavily as he looks to try and commit down that line. He struggled with it today. He's going to go for it anyway. There's a bit of contact, and now they all check up, and there's contact between the 2 Redback teammates who can't afford to get caught in this one. Bird and Knight almost coming together in that one, and my goodness me, that one could have ended so easily in disaster you could not believe, but they hold it together. No pink liveries just yet.
Yeah, not just yet. Brian Borg struggling massively with the rear end of his car. Yes, Sanford, my goodness. He is right there, having a huge battle with Justin Wallace. They're on lap 23. Time is rapidly running out for these guys. They know they need to stake their claim for their positions right here, right now.
Wallace was pushing all throughout the Pinarino. That's how hard he was trying to make a way through, and he knows that he wants that podium, and it's only he who's going to be able to put himself in that position. Look a little bit further down. Jamie Stovall, David Kidman, Tyler Blackburn battling it out, 15th, 16th, and 17th at the moment, and they're looking to try and find themselves maybe a little bit of fun to give themselves something to go. As here comes Wallace looking down the inside, and can he get this one sorted? Answer is yes, he can. And now down into 4th position goes David Sanford, and for all the lack of pace that he's had, you have to say he's defended incredibly well over this one.
Yeah, he certainly has, and credit to Justin Wallace as well. That was a textbook overtake right there. Greg Sharp and Brenton O'Brien still fighting it out for 11th and 12th meanwhile. And these guys have been inseparable for the vast majority of the race. Will Sharp be able to get by O'Brien here? Looks like he has a little bit of a run.
It's a bit of a run, but he backs out of it. He will have to wait for the final lap to make this one work as they make their way through to the Interlagos. Is there a great pickup, though, coming off of this section? Yes, there is, but O'Brien's going to go defensive. He hugs the grass, looking to try and force Greg Sharp onto the blunt line effectively on the outside, and not quite going to be able to do it unless you go around the outside at the Laranjina. You do not go around the outside at the Laranjina, and that much is fact and not fiction here in this one. But for Ross Rizzo, the white flag will come out. This will be the final lap of his race, and he has been textbook in the way that he has been driving this one, has not been touched at all, and almost showing off a Jared Filsell impersonation, the way that he's been driving this one. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, pretty much secure at the moment. It's the positions a little bit further down. 6th on backwards we need to focus on. Borg, Larnock, McKnight, Bird, and also Jacob Knight, and here comes Larnock going to the high side to try and make this one work. Can he get this one around the outside? Well, he's going to try it here against Borgie, and the Breiborg still holding on and still looking, but he's now going to try and go up and under. Great run from Jamie McKnight as well, as he looks to try and bring himself into the fray and get some toe. And now you've got to be brave. Now you've got to be aggressive, because there's not many opportunities left if you want to go out there and make some moves. And McKnight's going to look down to the inside. They're going to go 3 wide into this section. No, big contact. And they all go around. One was Larnock, the other was Borg, and well, Ian Bird has to scamper along, and all of a sudden, the Knights go at it, and it is Jacob Knight who finds a way through as Mark Newton stopped to let through all of the traffic. My goodness gracious me, that one has ended in disaster, as Borg still battles it out with Ian Bird looking down to the inside, not finding it. McKnight comes down the inside of Jacob Knight. The two Knights have a duel in the day, and still they continue at it. But for the moment, at least, Ross Rizzo makes his way out of Yunsao. He will make his way through Arquibancadas, and then he will look to the Skidados boxes, because it has been plain sailing. No gimmicks, no tricks for Trick Sim Sport. Ross Rizzo is into split number 1 with some great racing. Good battling all throughout this field as well. Watch for Sanford. He's dropped back behind Riley Blythe. He's slow on fuel, and he's needed to drop behind to get himself over to the line. Bang! There goes the fuel number, and he will drop one more position out of 4th into 5th. Knight holds off McKnight, and it's drag race to the line. Brian Borg here. Reese holds off Ian Bird.
Wow, what an end to that race. I was kind of disappointed with that incident at turn 4, if I'm honest. It seemed a bit too optimistic from a couple of the guys involved in that, but c'est la vie. That's the way it's going to work out. And Scott Larnack, you know, you have to feel for the guy. He's fought very hard all race, but he's only going to have a 21st place to show for it here.
He is, and that's not what he would have wanted, but it is the result that he will get, and that was not ideal. But of course, we've got the final battle as well. Dion Peters here is trying to go at it right now with Craig Jones, who has not had a very good run. He looks like he's got a battered rear of his vehicle, but they both make their way over the line. Let's get classified results then on your screen. This is how everything finishes here in Super Split 2 at Interlagos. Ross Rizzo then picks up victory in 39 minutes and 42 seconds. Then his win margin, 12.4 over Dylan Shepherd for One Performance Racing. Race on Oz's Justin Wallace gets himself up to form with a 3rd place finish. Riley Blythe getting 4th, with David Sanford running out of fuel and running backwards into the top 5. It was Jacob Knight who moved up from 21st to 6th, with Jamie McKnight finishing off in 7th, and the pole sitter Brian Borg rounding out 8th.
In 9th, we had Ian Bird finishing a position down from where he started. Brenton O'Brien making it into the top 10 with Greg Sharp just behind him in 11th. Stephen Varga, 20 positions gained there. That is incredibly impressive from him. Jamie Stovold and David Kinman finishing behind as well. Tyler Blackburn and Gary Cooper rounding out the top 16.
Andrew Fraser had issues on pit road. It's 17th for him, with Adam Gardner 18th, Benjamin Smith 19th, and Damon Mulqueen rounds out the top 20. It's hyperdrive for Brett Hender in 21st. Todd Parks gets 22nd. Scott Larnock struggling today, as did Jason Hyde, 23rd and 24th.
Yes, indeed. And in 25th, we had Ryan Shooter after that penalty. Craig Jones holding off Dion Peters for 26th position. And then we go into the retirements. Mark Newton, Blake Neck, Martin Casey, Lance Perkins, and the likes of Marie Hrushka, Matt Morris, Bruce Kiley, and James Scott didn't even make it a few laps in.
Well, it just shows you how difficult this track can be. But of course, from here, it's about moving to the main dance and moving yourself to 3 more races here this evening, here on the iRacing Esports Network. Stay with us, because there'll be more Virtual Racing School V8 Supercars Online Premier Series action after this, as we gear up towards Split 1 qualifying.
And next up, we have a bit of a fan favourite amongst the SCOPS community, the Trick Sim Sports boys. Now, along with newcomers Scott Zazowski from ASM and Michael Healy, we've got the drivers from last year, the pairings of Fawzan El Nabi, probably one of the fastest young drivers that we have in the field. Last year he got his first win at Interlagos, and of course went on to win the Bathurst round with his teammate Ross Rizzo. Now, these guys are really favourites of the podcast and of many people out there watching, not just because they're great drivers, but because they were really underdogs last season. So 2019, we're hoping to see them move up even further and maybe get some more wins with such experience that Ross brings, with the young tenacity that Fawzan brings to the team. I think that we're going to see a fantastic season from Trick Sim Sports.
Next up, we have Zuva Racing's Brett Loxton. Wow, what an improvement we've seen from this guy in the last 12 months. Zuva Racing starting to come together. They've got a few partnerships there with Henry James Racing, but the unassuming presence of Brett Loxton is coming for victories. That is what he's coming for. He went from the second split early last year of SCOPS and moved his way all the way up to top split, and we can definitely see him challenging for some wins during this season.
fantastic. This is GT racing right now. He's got traction, he's got everything outside of both of them. Maloney!
Oh, he's taking Anderson. Anderson's up top
Oh
here.
my god! Oh, big crash. Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled.
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, there we go. Oh, no. That's massive. This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh, my God.
God, what?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Virtual Racing School V8 Supercars Online Premier Series, the #1 Australasian sim racing league, and arguably one of the very best in the world. We've just come out of Super Split 2 action. It was dominance in display by the man who is sat by me at the moment, Ross Rizzo for Trick Sim Sport. Ross, my goodness me, 12.5 seconds after some fantastic racing up and down the field. You must be pretty pleased that there wasn't a certain Lee Ellis here to help you.
I was still nervous about the pit entry, but I think the margin helped quite a lot.
Well, the margin may have certainly helped you a lot, but let's just talk about this race and just how important it was to get a good start. You got down the inside at turn #1, and then from there, it seemed like plain sailing. How important is it to get a good start, knowing that maybe you were in a slightly better grid position than your rival at the front of the field, so to say?
I was actually hoping to be following the leader to try and save some fuel, because I know it's pretty hard to break away in the draft here, and seeing how close Split 2 qualifying was, that would be a general the possible reality. But obviously, I think we all struggled on cold tyres on the first lap. It's pretty exciting first couple of corners. If you watch my onboard, nearly smashed into Brian 3 times, and then but luckily once we got through, it looked like there was a bit of squabbling in the back, and then the car just came into its own, and then I could just focus on my own lap times.
And well, talking about focusing on own lap times, I'm not sure how much you'll be able to. You're moving into split #1. You've got 3 more races available to you, which is going to be a very long evening by your standards, the amount that you're going to have to be racing around here today. But what are you going to be looking for heading into what has been an amazingly tight field so far today? And now you've got to deal with 42 drivers, including yourself, all looking to try and vie for wins in 3 different types of races.
Well, goal #1 is to stay out of trouble. We saw how difficult that was to do last year and how difficult that was to do today in Split 2. So keep it clean and try not to look out of my depth, and bring home some 3 clean finishes.
And well, hoping for 3 clean finishes, are there any shout-outs or sponsors that will benefit from those clean finishes?
So, of course, to the boys at Trick Sim Sports, Trick Custom Fabrications and Knight Rider Designs, and also to you guys at the iRacing Esport Network and SimSpeed TV and the Virtual Racing School for sponsoring the.
Well, no worries at all. Ross Rizzo then coming home with a big victory, more than could be said, maybe in a Lotus 49, but he'll be very happy the result that he's been able to do. Reese, we're now looking at gearing ourselves up towards this Split 1 racing, but we do have another driver awaiting an interview. He came second, and that, of course, is Dylan Shepherd.
Yes, indeed. Bringing Dylan into here now. Welcome to the commentary box once again, Shep. It was an eventful one for you, to say the least.
Yeah, it was awesome fun. Probably one of the most fun races I've had in a long time, especially in SCOPS. So, yeah, absolutely enjoyed it.
Seemed like you and David Sanford locked in a big battle there with Justin Wallace. Did you know that Sanford was fuel saving before he went into the pits?
Yeah, I kind of figured he was fuel saving because he kept making it easy every time I got onto him on the straight. And then my spotter told me to do the same, so I tried to sit behind him for a lap. And then he broke a bit too early for me, and I had to pretty much overtake to not hit him. So that kind of ruined me fuel saving, and then I ended up overfueling anyway. But yeah, I've already had a chat to Sanford because both of us just have massive respect for each other, and we thought it was a really good race. And yeah, it's very unfortunate he underfueled, because I think me and him would have had a really good clean battle at the end.
Well, that's great to hear that there's such camaraderie between you two. But unfortunately, you have missed out on the transfer spot for Split 1. Is that still a goal for you?
Yeah, it's always been a goal. I think to the start of the season, I'm hoping to try and make it top split in probably the first 5 rounds or so. But to begin the season, I was kind of happy just to use Split 2, because obviously I've got the guys in Split 1 and I'm going to crew chief for them. So I think I'm a bit more valuable as a crew chief for them than I am a driver. So doing split 2 is okay. I would like to make split 1, but for the start of the season, helping the guys in split 1 is kind of a priority too.
Okay, well, that's good that the team player character is coming through for One Performance Racing. Speaking of One Performance, are there any shout-outs that you want to give, Mr. Shepherd?
Yeah, I'd like to give a massive shout out to the team at OPR. Like the team's just getting great. The guys are great. I'm really enjoying it. And yeah, just to all of our sponsors, Euros Driver Developments, they've helped us massively in the last few months. Yeah, so Euros, Knight Rider Designs for the beautiful liveries he's done for us again this year. And yeah, that'll be. Oh, sorry, and I should also mention OK the label. They've just come on board during the week. It's just a small little partnership. They're just a clothing company. $5 from every sale of their clothing line. They donate to a selected child with their sales with a disability. So it's a really great cause to get behind. So we've kindly just put them on the card to try and help give them a bit of promotion as well, because I think it's something we should all get behind. So yeah, just massive shout out to all them guys, and yeah, shout out to you guys for the massive broadcast again.
Absolutely, very good cause indeed. Thank you very much for joining us, Dylan Shepherd. Jake, it is time to get into Split 1.
It certainly is, and there is so much that can happen over the Split 1 battling that we have available to us at the moment. Everybody knows, everybody understands that Split 1 is where the money is made. It's where the drivers come out of their shells, where they have to start showing that they mean business, and so many drivers here mean business. Race 1 is going to be 12 laps, Race 2 is going to be 12 laps, Race 3 is going to be a little bit longer at 18 laps, which ironically makes Super Split 2 the longest race that we will be seeing over the course of racing today. 100% fuel tank, no restrictions on the fuel, so everyone will be sprinting their way over to the end of this race, but this really does come down to who can make those positions quickly, who can make those positions fast, and who can make those positions no holds barred.
Absolutely. This reverse sprint format has definitely thrown up carnage in the past, and really, it's about survival more than anything. Putting your car in such a position where if something does happen, because you know something is going to happen, then you're out of the worst of it.
Oh, absolutely. And these drivers understand that not only is this a short race, but if a safety car comes out, this race is even shorter and even more aggression is needed, even more ability to try and defend and to try and be more ruthless, more aggressive, get more positions. It's very much a catch-22 style of racing, so these drivers must understand, and they will know that this qualifying probably is the most important that they will have for some while. Probably not until they find another reverse sprint or an enduro, this qualifying becomes that important.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And coming into this first race, there's a few teams that are looking to get off from what was a poor start to the season in Montreal. Evolution Racing Team don't have much to complain about. Jared Filsell took the win there quite comfortably, but I'm concerned more with Altus Esports, because those guys definitely showed a lot of potential, and they have some of the best drivers in the field, in my opinion, but Montreal just did not go their way, and this round offers up potentially a way to make amends.
Potential only means so much, though, until you show it, and you have to be able to show it. Dane Warren in AOSC at Imola, my goodness, he showed it. He showed that he can class the field by a second if he wants to, when he really puts his mind to it. But at the moment, the Savant needs to find a little bit more. He needs to get himself into that rhythm where he is picking up big results, and he is finding the qualifying times that many people know that he is capable of. The same Dane Warren that pushed Jared Filsell to the limit 1 year ago, almost to the day actually, at the track Sonoma Raceway, which proved to be some pretty good racing action. But more importantly than that, Trans-Tasman have struggled. No driver inside the top 7. That's going to be a huge worry to them coming into this event, because they know that they are so heavily reliant at the moment, it seems, Reese, on Madison Down.
Yeah, well, TTR, they've gone through a very big transitionary phase, losing quite a few of their top performers. And you can see it in the liveries of their cars. That's Sean Kelly on screen right now, a TTR, an Australian sim racing veteran, making his return to regular racing after a long while out. Josh Muggleton as well for Trans-Tasman Racing. You can see it on their livery. It's incredibly simple. It's just got the team logos and Virtual Racing School who've come on board to sponsor them as well.
Yes, it's been a drastic reduction of what they have been able to do, but so many drivers up and down this field are going to need to work out and understand, okay, this is where we are, this is where we need to push to, this is where we need to get to. And at the moment, I think there is this understanding of, there is this almighty, almost godlike figure of Jared Filsell, who is pretty much dominating every race that he puts his hand on. They're all getting closer and closer and closer and closer and closer to it, but they're not able to grab that brass ring, and maybe they're relying on these split twos, not split twos, these reverse grid races, to maybe have a half shot of trying to pick up a victory. But if you're going to be aggressive, this is going to be the race you need to do it. This is the qualifying that you're going to need to do it. It's 23 degrees on this track, it's cool, and it is clear at the moment in the sky, so we shouldn't see too much cloud cover come into play. This is about, probably for the first time in about one race, one lap pace.
Yeah, exactly right. And it's going to be a full 20-minute qualifying session here before we get going for this one, and a 12-lap race. So it's almost as though the race is going to be only a little bit longer than the qualifying session. So drivers are going to have a lot of opportunities to put in an awesome lap time. Whether they'll achieve it is another matter entirely.
And you can't afford to run into incidents in qualifying like Corey Preston just did in practice. He just got way too aggressive on the inside curve, moved out to the outside, caught the grass, and bang, Corey Preston into the wall, once into the wall, twice, front and rear, and dives straight onto pit road. You cannot, of course, take a tow during qualifying. That will signal day done. When it comes to qualifying, yes, there are more chances to get more points when it comes to it, but let's not forget here today that it's the combined results of race 1 and race 2 which determine grid position for race 3.
Yes, indeed, and we got to remember race 2 is the one with the reverse grid, so you need to make sure that your performances are consistent throughout both races. Not an easy thing to do, and Ross Rizzo will have a ticket into this one, and he's going to have a teammate as well, Forzan Elnabi, on screen right now. He's in third.
Forzan, yes, he is. And Forzan, let's not forget, 1 year ago, found himself with his maiden victory when it came to V8SCOPS, when it came to this track. And this is what spearheaded a season for Forzan, moving across to the Trick SimSport brand and then picking up Bathurst 1000 to go along with it. It has been effectively the genesis of a new era for Forzan Elnabi, where he is starting to challenge, and going from 12th to 3rd, he's proven that he can make positions in these styles of races. He is someone who is very apt and adept at making these moves. Question becomes, though, who will be aggressive enough to make those moves, and who can challenge that machine of Evolution Racing Team, which arguably could stack 4 or 5 up inside that top 10 and make overtaking a real nightmare around a Jared Filsell built team.
Yeah, absolutely. We take a look at Dane Warren here, currently sitting in 10th position. He's got some work to do. Montreal, he fell victim to some poor driving that resulted in slowdown penalties. A lot of positions lost that didn't necessarily need to be dropped. So Warren is looking to redeem himself a little here at Interlagos. Not many places around here that you can get a cut track penalty unless you go really out of your way to do it. Cooper Webster as well for Evolution Racing Team. He has put in really good performances since joining up with these guys. Currently sitting in 14th. That's a reasonable position to be in at the moment.
The youngest winner ever in V8SCOPS history. He did that last year at the Sebring International Raceway, and he did so without too much trouble at all in the way that he ran the reverse split, or the reverse grid race, sorry. But think about these drivers. It's 10th to about 25th who could have this opportunity. Let's look at some of these drivers who at the moment find themselves in 10th to 25th in this practice session. You got those like Kyle Stokes, who a year ago was completely out of the question in Split 2. Here today, he could have the biggest shot of a lifetime, giving himself an opportunity to put himself right at the front in a second split race and give himself that big chance of picking up victories. You've got those like Scott Zizlowski, for example, Corey Preston, maybe even a Michael Cracknell and a Chris Coxhead, who could now suddenly come out of the underwork of the growth that they've got and really try and showcase, yeah, we can all race, we can all battle, and they know that they won't have many laps to hold on. This is all about qualifying inside the top 25, more importantly, finishing inside the top 25 to give yourself a half chance.
That's exactly right, and it's for those positions from 10th down to about 25th. It's these kinds of rounds that are the most important for them, because they are where you stand a chance of getting a huge haul of points that can carry through your momentum to the end of the season.
Well, look at this. Wayne Burke, who of course got a victory last time we were here at Interlagos, has just pushed himself up into second position with a 132.5. So this suddenly means Wayne came to party in the Sambaland once again, and if anybody is going to put himself into a position to challenge the establishment, one performance have said, well, Wayne's the man. He was last time, and he will be again.
Yeah, this guy too, Forzan El Nabi. He's down in 4th at the moment, but as we touched on before, he did take his debut win here last year thanks to the reverse grid format. And considering his performance in practice at the moment, I think if he's able to qualify in around that position, he stands more than a chance of challenging for the win, let alone in race 1.
Well, I think in race 1, I think that's what Forzan's pace is going to be looking for here. How aggressive do you get to be in the early stages? One thing I am slightly concerned about, though, is actually the pace of the SimWorks TTL cars, because Maloney currently stands as the only driver inside the top 10. Yes, they've got good drivers there, as in fact Maloney jumps up to 5th position on his lap, which he'll be happy with. Brady Myers, Richard Hamstead, both of which need to find maybe a little bit more. It's not been the most amazing start to the season here for TTL, and this is a TTL which is maybe a little bit more bare-boned than they have been in recent seasons with the loss of Rogers.
Yes, indeed. Josh Rogers, of course, going to Coanda SimSport at the end of last year, or more towards the end of last year. Made his final appearances for TTL Esports in last year's Endurance Cup, but that tie has now been severed, and TTL, without what was their fastest driver in years, they are having to put in a bit of a rebuilding effort. With the likes of Myers and Maloney on board, you know, young guys, very quick. Myers actually going into 7th place there. It's an awesome job from those guys to get up that far, considering. And of course, they got Jackson Suzlin Harlow as well. A guy that's rough around the edges. He's a young karter. He's had his fair share of incidents, but the raw pace is definitely there. If TTL Esports can extract that kind of raw pace from him without all of the other stuff around him, yeah, I think he'll definitely be a winner for them.
I definitely think he'll be trying to look for that, and he'll be trying to do everything possible to get himself a good a start as possible, seeing as he has used effectively 2 of his drop weeks in the first 2 rounds due to suspension. So that's something just to keep in mind. A few drivers who have had suspensions, who have had to use a drop week because of them, they are on the back foot, and messing around is never the plan, which I think drivers are hoping to have. But they know that this is going to be one of the key issues they will have to deal with. The other big key issue is the fact that we have maybe one more car than usual coming into this race, and of course that means track positioning qualifying becomes oh so difficult.
Yeah, 41 V8 supercars around this track. Interlagos isn't a short circuit, okay? It's 4.3 Ks, 15 turns, as we touched on at the start of the broadcast. But the important thing to note here is that it's very cramped, especially in the middle and last sectors.
It is, and of course that middle sector, you can very easily jump up upon another vehicle if you're not too careful. Also keep an eye on one other driver. We haven't really talked too much about this one, and that, well, actually these two. Jake Burton, who last year, let's not forget here, Reese, ran into the back or got punted behind actually by one of the KRF Zuva cars, ran into Madison Down. And then there's Glenn Postlethwaite as well. And I think Postlethwaite for Synergy could be a dark horse.
Yeah, Glenn Postlethwaite, he's been an interesting one in recent seasons. It's emerged that his early season form is very strong, but he seems to fall off the wagon a little bit coming up to the mid and late seasons. Always strong at Phillip Island, along with the rest of Synergy Sim Racing. But his form currently, sitting in the position that he's in right now, he's looking pretty good for a consistent result in this one. Once again, he can carry that momentum through to the end of the season, give him a bit of a cushion in case he falls into trouble.
And it's that cushion that is so desperately needed for so many drivers here today. They all need to prove themselves up and down the field, from the likes of, say, Jared Filser at the very top, looking to go and get himself some more big points and some big results, to those maybe who are looking to try and make their debuts here inside the top split. The 11 of Ryan S. Jones is one of those looking to try and prove it right on the very, very beginnings of his Split 1 career. So we got every single type of driver in between that as well, as we now move ourselves over to qualification then. Here as practice comes to a close, the big one is about to start.
Certainly is. 3, 2, 1 to the end of this session. And then we reset. We regroup. Everyone dumps the fuel out of these cars and gets ready to get out onto the circuit. And that right there, you see them emerging over to the right of the screen. A huge gaggle of cars. It's that race to be at the front of the train, something that we've seen in almost every V8SCOPS round so far. Look at the train of cars running out there. That is, wow, what a sight.
What a sight. It used to be Emily Jones every single time would find herself number one out. It's Ethan Griggolt, then Jake Burton, John Emerson, Jake Maloney, Michael Taliancic, and look at this. Brady Myers may start trying to attack Taliancic here because they want to get a SimWorks train going off in the very early stages. There's Ross Rizzo, Cananzi, Muggleton, Postlethwaite, Kelly, Preston. Then you got Ross helping to pilot Jared Filsell along. Jordan Ross's first start in the series. No, Filsell's going to make his way past one. He's going to make his way past two to boot as well. So this is going to be about strategy. What do you decide to do? How far do you decide to back off, as the likes of Madison Down is right in the middle of the train, and he will have a lot of work to do here with a lot of vehicles in between him and a clean run.
Yeah, some teams, especially the bigger ones, will want to try and negotiate how they approach this session. They want to have the draft down the front straight, possibly down the back one out of turn 3, but they cannot be held up through the slower sectors. That is going to absolutely murder their lap time. They have to be wary of that as Ethan Griggolt comes round to begin the lapping in this session.
And let's go on board then with Ethan Griggolt's 117 over the stripe at 267 on the brakes early into turn number 1. Of course, the Senna S, this downhill left into the right, as this year we commiserate and we remember the 25 years since the 1994 death at Imola of the late great Ayrton Senna. Out of the Curva de Sol, onto the Reto Aposta, and now heading towards the double apex left-handers 4 and 5 of Desquido de Lago. Of course, the corner by the lake there just on the outside. Up the hill they will come along to the horseshoe. Ferradura using all the curb and maybe even a little bit more as well. Getting nice and wide, but being followed, of course, by the Aussie driver search positive sim racing car there of Jake Burton, who is really using that drafty advantage through the Laranjina and into the Pinarino here. This beautiful sweeping left-hander, arguably some of the greatest bit of slow cornering in the world as they get on the brakes into the Bico de Pato, the Duck's Bill here, as there's a big lock-up from Burton just behind. Griggolt looking good and solid in that middle sector, using the left-hander of Mahulo down the hill to carry as much speed as possible. You can run all 4 tyres off wide there, but not by too much. You make that run through the junction, Yun Sao, as now they make their way up the hill. Arki Bankadas here, this left-hander, which under rain can be the most treacherous corner in the world. You then got yourself the left of Desquita dos boxes and over to the line. Griggolt will be the first to set a lap time. His time will be a 32.740, and it seems that Jake Burton has just eclipsed that with his lap.
Yeah, not bad runs there from the guys to start off with. Jared Filsell's fastest time was a 32.5 in practice. We'll see if he can improve on that here. He's actually coming out of that last kink now over the line, and it's going to be a 33.1 there for Filsell. 9th place to start out with, actually down to 10th already. So a poor start to the session from Filsell. He's going to have to get that together pretty quick sharp. Wayne Burke, on the other hand, 32.8.
Yeah, he's got himself in the top 5. The top 5 at the moment is Burton, Griggold, Kelly, Muggleton, and Burke as Dane Warren gets himself 6th. Oh, trouble in with Ryan Jones on his debut. And that was not the plan that was maybe looked for there in the race on Oscar. And there we see him just getting a little bit too friendly there as we get a replay brought to you by Motum Simulations. It can happen just like that as Onabi goes 4th and Madison Down goes 3rd.
Yes, indeed. So taking a look at Dane Warren here, he obviously got the slipstream, did very well there. Ryan Jones all the way over on the other side of the track, but oh, that was just really awkward from those guys. You don't need to be getting into each other like that at this stage. That's unfortunate for both of them.
It certainly is. Jared Filsell is 20th. At the moment here in qualifying. He's behind Richard Hampstead. Look at the names who have got ahead as Filsell runs wide, and that's going to kill his lap time dead in his tracks. Got the likes of Brady Myers, Glenn Postlethwaite, Kyle Stokes, Scott Sislowski right now, Brett Cananzi, who have all made their ways ahead. And look who's just behind Jared Filsell. Oh, hello, it's your doppelganger, Ross Rizzo from Split 2. He's in 21st. So far in qualifying. Those who have struggled so far, only one hasn't set a lap, and that's Kane Hewson at the moment. He's out there trying to get a second lap working for the New Zealand sim racing team.
Yes, indeed, and New Zealand sim racing have had an eventful eventful round, I should say, so far, and Hewson, one of their main hopes here, of course, in Split 1. We'll see how he goes, but this looks like it may be a time that wouldn't be quite what he wants it to be. He has had a car in front of him for the majority of his lap, but that car is going to help him here.
It certainly is, and well, Kane Hewson's going to pick up that toe from Michael Schreier just in front in the number 30. The pursuit car dives down onto the lane, but Hewson's going to stay out and get a time under the board. 33.9 he's managed to do. He jumps Blackhall and he jumps Jones, but he stays 38th position out on track, which is not the plan, as drivers will get fresh tyres and will also get themselves a new bit of fuel as they look to try and get through. Jake Blackhall at the moment is the only driver out there on a lap. 35.8 only, and you can see how much he's struggling to make his way through as he gets a lot of curb through the Curva de Sol, maybe more than many could have thought, as he now makes his way heavy on the curves through the first part of Desquita de Lago and then the second part working away around Wayne Burke.
Yes, indeed, and Blackhall currently dead last in the qualifying standings. Did not have a good lap to start out with, a 135.8, his current best. So obviously either a mistake or a sighting lap. More cars letting him go here. Only driver out on a lap right now, and he's having to pick his way through the traffic. And while he completes that lap, we just want to remind viewers of the no escape rule. It's something that we've employed in this series for the past few seasons, and it's worked to great effect. Drivers have to complete an in-lap back to the pits after they complete a lap. You can't just pull over and press escape.
He certainly can't, and what has been telling here in this open qualification setting is that those with draft have benefited a good amount, a good 4/10 of the amount, as maybe Jake Burton, I don't think was the quickest driver in the world, but he had the draft up the hill, which gave him the run on Ethan Griggold, something that Jared Filsell certainly doesn't have, as he looks to go on and start his lap, because Cooper Webster's a mile down the road and will not be giving any tow at all over the push of this one. Emery, though, focus on her for a moment here. Emily Jones, the only woman in this top split. She, in the 68, is 27th at the moment behind Luke Harvey's number 5, and she will be looking to maybe find 2 positions here in qualifying to get to that magical number 25. Of course, 1 year ago had the horror crash in the second race where she went up and over again.
Yes, indeed. That was quite the spectacular incident. Hopefully it doesn't happen to her again. Of course, Jones, initially part of that Rising Stars subdivision of Trans-Tasman Racing, but now they are all running the same livery. They are one family under one banner is Trans-Tasman Racing at the moment. Jones currently in the top 30, which
Maloney.
isn't too bad. And Maloney, my goodness, up to second. That's incredible.
0.006 of a second. Where did we hear that one before? Oh, Brett Loxton, that was where. So Jake Maloney, it's Jake 1, Jake 2, and Jake in the booth telling the Jakes what to do. So for the moment at least, it seems that it's all a nice little paradise at the moment. As Phil Sell looks to try and finish his lap, can he find anything more on 20th position? At the moment, he needs to find something, and he's not had draft to help him. 33.1 was a scruffy lap, and this track is only getting hotter at the moment with no cloud cover to help, and it is a 32.630.
Yep.
Where did that come from? Jared is being eclipsed, though, by Madison Down in the 77. Thank you, and good night.
Yes, indeed. It's very competitive up the front right now. As we take a look at Dane Warren, he's coming towards the end of a lap. He currently sits in 10th position. Will he have a go at pole position for race 1 here? Slight technical issue as he comes over the kink. It's going to be... No lap time.
No, it's slower. That's crucial. It's slower. So that one didn't quite work out. It wasn't part of the plan. Top 5 changes down. Phil Sell, Burton, Maloney, and Burke as we focus on Lee Ellis right now, trying to get in some very nice lap times. Go Lee, says everybody in the chat. They'll be looking to try and make this one work. He's 32nd at the moment, and of course he has a lot of work to do coming after a big, massive shunt on pit road in Super Split 2 just 2 weeks ago.
Yes, indeed. That was a very unfortunate incident there that I think was... there would have been some words exchanged, but ultimately himself and Ross Rizzo brushed it off, and they were able to continue racing together without any bad blood. So let's see if Lee Ellis can make something of this one. He currently sits in 32nd position, going through these flat-out kinks that end the lap. And we should point out, as Ellis finishes this lap, it is going to be Junsao that is considered the final corner for the purposes of restarting under safety car. So drivers will be able to go out of that. Ellis does not improve. Oh, actually, he does improve up to 29th. Don't mind me.
Yes, he gains a couple of positions up ahead of Luke Harvey and Emily Jones as we look at Chris Coxhead now, just for the moment, looking to try and find himself maybe a bit of time. He's not had the best of qualifications at the moment, but he is in 24th as things stands here right now. So what can the 208 machine manage to do in the KRF Zuva car? And over the line, it's a 33.6. It's definitely not quicker than what is wanted, as half distance has already been scored complete then in this qualifying session. Your top 10 down: Phil Sell, Burton, Maloney, Burt, Griggold, El Navi, Kelly, Muggleton, and Hampstead. Has to be said, Sean Kelly, for however long he has spent away, and it has been a long while, 8th position coming back. My goodness, I haven't seen anything as good as that since maybe the military man Sam Sutton's return.
Yes, indeed. Kelly's been a very busy man over the last couple of years and hasn't had as much time for sim racing as he would have liked. But Kelly is one of the guys that has been around for quite some time in this scene. He's an awesome guy. Have had the pleasure of meeting him in person. It's good to see him back out there and doing well for himself too.
He is doing very well for himself right now in 8th position. It is Richard Hampstead who locks out the top 10. Brady Myers about to look to finish a lap time. He's in 13th. His first start of the season. He's been in everything when it's come to a V8, and he's won quite a bit of it as well, it has to be said. He will dive down onto the pits and look to get himself a fresh little run. Look how much he gains compared to Glenn Postlethwaite, who will have to be careful about that if he gets himself onto pit road. Look at the 33 of Jake Burton, though. No, I don't think that's going to be a lap. Look who's trying to gain from this, though. Here's Kurt Stenberg, the former teammate. Steady's going to try and get a run up the hill. He's currently a second off in qualifying at the moment, and he's down in 35th position. Tells you something about how important this qualifying is. Cross the line he goes. 33.8 does not improve.
Unfortunately, Stenny Nation is not active at the moment, but we'll see how Stenny goes in future sessions. Ethan Warren, oh, that's going to be an off-track, surely. I think that lap might be ruined.
I think it is ruined for the Altus Esports driver, but he is tagging along brother Dane along with him. So at the moment, it might just be, I may sacrifice my lap this time, but I'm doing so just to bring my teammates along further forward. And that's what the 57 is probably needing here. 0.3 of a second, a bit of draft to work with, no lap set. And now this is going to be the crucial one here for Dane Warren as he looks to try and work away outside of the top 10. No help's going to be given if you run wide at turn 1 at the center S.
Yeah, certainly. That was a very poor line through there, unfortunately. That's going to ruin Warren's flow and the run down this straight. Coming out side by side with a Trans-Tasman car too. A little bit of distraction in the mirrors. But it's going to be up to Dane here to get it together. Madison down, sighting himself for a new run as Dane Warren tries to get himself into the top 10.
Talking about someone who's leaving it a little bit late, Jack G. Boyd, who was 41st, mind you, in pre-qualification, who had to get in on a tie with a certain Mr. Jake Blackhall. It means that Jack Boyd has got himself probably about 5 minutes to go out there and get a time, and that does also include an out lap too, so he's got next to no time at all to get sorted. He is 1 lap hot lapping at the moment as Phil Sell has made a mistake on this lap, and I think this may just have to be another abandoned one. Keep an eye on those maybe a little bit further down here. Hobbo 88, Brenton Hobson, he is in 19th position right now, and he's only needing maybe about a 1/10 of a second to make his way up inside the top 15.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And Hobson, he did really well in pre-qualifying, was very pacey, especially in the early stages. So we'll have to wait and see how he does as Kyle Stokes, his teammate, his former teammate there at Synergy Sim Racing, currently in 16th, does not improve there. So how will Hobbo do?
How will Hobbo do? As we're going to see Wayne Burke finish a lap in the 1 performance car. And he's going to try and make that one work as he makes his way down through the Bico de Pato section. But we stay with Brenton Hobson then just for a little bit as this one looks continuing. Just keeping an eye on Wayne Burke here, making his way through Jun Sao and looking to push up the hill, just running a little bit wide there, getting a bit of that rumble strip on the outside, which is never ideal, past the moto chicane, which is the worst chicane that has ever been implemented to a racetrack ever in history, and I will say so right now. Cross the line will come Wayne Burke. Can he find anything more? 4-minute warning coming up in just a moment. 1:33.2. This track is getting old and fast.
Absolutely is, and I think, Sperry, you'll be happy to find that in real life that chicane does not exist anymore. Thank goodness. There is still a moto chicane there, but it flows a lot better now.
Oh, well, I think we just found ourselves a bit more Max Bantz material with that sort of chicane, but for the moment anyway, still the likes of Brett Cananzi dives down onto the lane. Emily Jones stays out. She's going to try and go through. Hobson is going to finish his lap, so we'll keep an eye on what the 88's going to do, as it will be a run behind Madison Down up to the line, as Madison Down decides he's going to look to come across the line. He will do a 33 flat, which just shows you how much the track has deteriorated here in the Samba Sun. Hobson does a 33.065, so he's still clearly got some pace, just not enough at the moment as this track is heated up to 26 degrees. It was about 21 when they started. That's just because of the rubber that's laid down.
Yeah, exactly right, and immediately you see the likes of Jake Maloney pull in, because I think it's become clear to a lot of drivers at the moment that the track is not worth trying to go out and set some fast times on. If you do want to go back out there, it'd have to be for a bit more race setup running.
It will have to, and Jack Boyd is looking to try and get this one going in the 38, and he is out on track, and he's got to set a flying lap, mind you here, Reese, on a track which is aging at about half a second, we reckon. Slower than what he needs, and half a second, just to put that lightly, 32.5, half a second puts you 20th. From what we were thinking of Jack Boyd, which would be around that 33.0, 33.1 mark, that would put him maybe 35th, 36th. Massive disadvantage by getting into session late.
Yeah, certainly, and it's Jack Boyd's first V8SCOPS start here in Split 1, so it's certainly going to be a bit of a baptism of fire for this guy. So he started this lap. Let's see how he goes. Coming out of turn 3, just not using all of the curb. It's a very conservative lap. He's still getting used to the car, still sighting his braking points and turn-in points. He's going to have to make this a clean one. It's only going to have to be somewhere around a banker lap time. He hasn't got any time left to try and set a flying lap unless he wants to go for a 2-lap run.
And that is very dangerous because the tyres, when you push them this hard, go off incredibly quickly, and that's something they've just got to be very cautious about. Those on the brakes into that next section, as actually Kurt Stenberg finds himself maybe a couple of positions as he improves to 34th on the 133.365. But Jack Boyd is probably the driver needed to be focused on, the 41st driver in this field, looking for something. Anything right now would be good, and he'll be hoping not to start on a 33.9 or worse in 41st position, because that would leave him the whole world and his neighbour to try and get by over the course of this one. Very tentative coming out of Junsala Junction, up the hill coming along. 1 minute warning now as everyone starts thinking about how do we finish our lap times. Here comes Jack Boyd looking for the line. Where will he finish himself? It has looked clean over the course of this lap, and he will manage to manifest a 34.7 clear last.
Yes, indeed, and that's a real shame. If he'd managed to get into the session earlier, we may have seen him up much further, but that's going to be it for Jack Boyd. It's always up from here, as Phil Sell is now done as well. He's not going to be setting another lap time. What about Jake Maloney, who's on screen at the moment? What can he do? Preston currently in 22nd place. He's not going to be able to improve from that. He just jumped up, actually, but he's not going to be able to improve. No time left. But Maloney in 4th. He obviously feels he's got a little bit more to offer here.
Yes, and the last driver's looking to go through. Burton is done. He can't find any more. Ryan Jones will have one more lap as time expires. And Maloney, oh my word. He was having a moment as he now makes his way up the hill. I think that's abandoned lap, abandoned ship. And I'm not sure you're going to get any better, Mr. Maloney. And the answer is no, he will not. Ethan Grigoltz is currently in 6th position at the moment, which is pretty much started a powder keg, which drivers do not want to be in. 32.740 his time. He's done 32.9. He found something, but not quite enough to move himself right into position. What about Hampstead, though, in the 28? Hampstead may have a chance to move up out of 10th position, where he has been stuck for the longest time. No, he will not. He will dive down onto pit road. Dane Warren, though, maybe for Motum Simulation. No, he will dive down onto pit road. Jack Boyd will stay out, and he will look for another lap, and he will do himself a nothing, so he will not find anything better as TTR cars come in. Ross Rizzo comes in. Does Luke Harvey dive in? Yes, he does. Madison down then. Maybe just consolidating everything that he's done, and that could be one of the greatest pole position runs that he's gotten. It is definitely pole at the moment, and he has proven so as Gardner comes in, Preston comes in, and the last 2 drivers to keep an eye on, Cooper Webster and, of course, Forzan El Nabi. Webster's done. El Nabi is not, as he makes a push to the line. Has he got anything in reserve? No, he does not. And it's going to be a shame as the last few drivers make their way to the line. Grid shall be as follows for this race. Madison Down is on pole position with reigning champion Jared Filsell alongside him, with Jake Burton and Jake Maloney 3rd and 4th. Wayne Burke and Ethan Grigoltz share row 3. Row 4 is Forzan El Nabi and the returning Sean Kelly. Josh Muggleton and Richard Hampstead lock row 5.
In 11th, we're going to have Altus Esports' Dane Warren, Ian Ford from ERT lining up alongside him. In 13th position, we got Brady Myers and Glenn Postlethwaite lining up alongside him on row 7. Cooper Webster and Kyle Stokes on row 8 there. And rounding out this top 20, we got Solowski for Trick, Ross for ERT, and the 19th and 20th, Brenton Hobson and Dane's brother Ethan.
Brett Cananzi gets 21st with Corey Preston. Row 12 is Chris Coxhead and Lee Ellis. Go Lee! Michael Cracknell gets 25th. Ross Rizzo 26th with Griffin Gardner and Andrew Gilliam 27th, 28th. Emily Jones is 29th with John Emerson rounding out 30.
Yeah, John Emerson, another veteran, making his return to top flight racing. Michael Taliancic for Pursuit Sim Racing lines up next to Luke Harvey. And Michael Schreier from Synergy lines up next to TTR's Kurt Stenberg. Hashtag StennyNation, the broadcast chat says. James McKee and James Duckworth make it an all James row 18. Further on into the top 40, we got Jake Blackhall and Michael Healy, who has also moved to Trick from Trans-Tasman Racing. 39th and 40th is Kane Hewson and Ryan Jones, and our newcomer Jack Boyd rounding out the field in 41st.
12 laps worth of racing. This is going to be aggressive racing. This is no holds barred racing. This is not enduro where you sit and wait. You've got to make moves quick, and this is what drivers are going to be a little bit worried about in the way that they attack this race. How aggressive do you get to be? Madison Down has got to be the most defensive man on the planet, especially knowing that he's got Jared Filsell, his former teammate and two-time champion, down his inside, and the man who hit him a year ago, Jake Burton, right behind, which is going to be very, very scary indeed. Watch out for Wayne Burke as well. He's going to be probably one of the big aggressors over the course of this field, but anybody inside the top 15 has a legitimate chance of picking up something, because everyone is going to be right on the noisy pedal from minute 1 looking to minute last. Look at those runs coming off though from the likes of Forzano Nabi. He's in the dip as he goes down the hill. It's an uphill start for Madison Down, Jared Filsell, Jake Burton and Jake Maloney. They will struggle off of the start finish line, and let's not forget this one. This is the first of 3 races. There will be a spinny wheel that says X position can be spun up to 25th, which is where Michael Cracknell finds himself in. 2 minutes up, lights on top of the iRacing gantry. V8SCOPS round 2 is underway. Great start from Madison Down, but so much better from Filsell down the inside, and straight away into the race lead. Can Madison Down go late on the brakes? No. Maloney starts wiggling here with Burton alongside. Burton's going to hold that one off for the moment for 5th position. Though you look at that, Maloney is huge around the outside, but it's a 2-vehicle breakaway. And look at Madison Down. He's got a chance to fight back as they head to Desquita de Lago. Turn 3 and 4, instantly back on the offensive down to the inside, looking for the move for the race lead, but he decides he's going to wait for it as we've got cars around in the background.
Yeah, we certainly have. We're going to stay alive, though, because this is a really big battle here up the front. That is that 2-car breakaway, and there's no teammate respect between these guys anymore. They're going to race each other super hard. Jake Burton trying to go up the inside of Maloney in the background there as we look over the wing of Jared Filsell. Madison Down going for the move.
He is down the inside, but it's always going to favour Filsell through the Pinarino as he looks to try and pick this up, but Down runs that outside line. They're bringing back in Burton and co. Madison Down still going to look down to the inside. He still dies for it, and he does get the position away from Jared Filsell. This is going to bring Maloney in, Burton in, Birkin. They're still side by side. El Nabi going at it with Sean Kelly at the moment in the Trans-Tasman car. Nothing forthcoming as they make their way into the Junction Junsao for the very first time out of 12. Madison Down has survived at this point, and it is a real survive. Here's Glenn Postlethwaite though. He's trying to get aggressive here with Richard Hampstead, who's not had the best of those starts. And look at the train behind. Ford, Webster, Myers, Zaslowski, Hobson, Warren, Ross, Stokes, Coxhead, all there trying to find a way through.
Yeah, Richard Hampstead carrying a little bit of damage there. We take a look at Glenn Postlethwaite and Ian Ford. It is almost 3 wide coming into turn 1. Posy tries to go through on Hampstead, but unfortunately overrunning it. Goodness me, that's getting a bit awkward. Postlethwaite, bit of a slide. Is he going to hold on to it? He does.
Yes. Wow, what a hold.
Recovery. That's great.
What a hold as Madison Down continues to hold off Jared Filsell. At the front of the field, off goes Sean Kelly. Bang, hard into the wall. There was contact there, surely. Yes, there was. Dane Warren went aggressive down to the inside. They made contact under brakes. Warren missed his braking point, and as such, a big incident there coming in for Sean Kelly. Welcome back to V8SCOPS. I think not, as the replay comes up on screen, brought to you by Motum Simulations.
Yes, indeed. So we're going to take a look here. Sean Kelly just ahead of the incident with Postlethwaite and Hampstead. That is another replay of that amazing save by Glenn Postlethwaite. Awesome stuff. But we're interested in what happened to Kelly here. Going defensive against Dane Warren, and Warren just went to the inside, and I think that was a little optimistic there.
I think it ever so slightly was, and that one could have very easily have run amok even worse. So they've got to be careful about this if they are going to start going at it and trying to be too aggressive. Here's the start, though. It was a great work from Jared Filsell. He got a perfect start, and then all of a sudden, looking around, there was Madison Down just sitting in line, waiting to fight back. Emily Jones we are looking at, though. It starts checking up a little bit in the middle of the pack. A vehicle goes around or two, and it was Jones. Taliancic getting contact, and then Harvey gets involved, and Harvey spins, and then the back of the pack manages to survive more contact with another Trans-Tasman car. Michael Schreier getting involved as well. Big incidents then going on in the early stages. Battle for the race lead, though, still on, and Jared Filsell again decides on lap 3, not worth my time just yet to go down the inside. Now,
Oh my goodness, Dane Warren! Whoa! Into the wall? Maybe. But,
and 3 wide on exit. Look at this. Ford, Muggleton and Hampstead. Hampstead's got to try and find room back on circuit. He wiggles. Oh, they're up and over each other and they survive. No, they don't, because there's contact there for Muggleton, who will lose all the positions right now as ERT tries to come in. There's contact with Ford, and at the moment they're holding it on. Safety car comes out, though. We've got a caution.
Yeah, we certainly have. That was really... there must have been a bigger incident somewhere else on the track, because... yeah, big crash back in the field. That's Corey Preston on his roof.
Oh,
that is very unfortunate for him. So let's have a look at what happened to that one, Sperry.
Well, it's involved Luke Harvey, I believe we're hearing, so let's keep an eye on this. This is the JMSR car of Corey Preston heading himself through turn 2. This happens at turn 4, so he's looking to get on the aggressive factor. He's trying to get back up to the train. He's looking to go down the inside and make this move. So we're going to see how this happens. He's looking to pull maybe over to the outside to make this work, and there's the Trans-Tasman car. It almost takes the air away there, and bang, up, over, on the nose, and that's gone horribly wrong. A caution comes out, and the pace will be behind the ace one, as we got also James Duckworth blown up on the front stretch as well, so it's all gone disastrously wrong. Laps will be taken off here, and for Madison Down, this is so good at the moment, as safety car is definitely called for drivers, as they all now need to slow it right down and get themselves back going, and a chance for us to grab our breath for the first time in a very long time here, Reese.
Yeah, catching breath is, to say the least, man. I don't think I took a full deep breath once during those first couple of laps. That was absolutely insane. But really, considering the format, did we expect any different?
No, we didn't. This is how the field looks then. Madison Down leads this one. Jared Filsell is second position right now. Jake Maloney has gained 1 position up to third, 1 position lost for Jake Burton. He's down to 4th in the Positive Sim Racing car. Then 5th position's Wayne Burke, 6th Ethan Griggolt, 7th Forzan El Nabi. They've not changed positions. 8th position right now is Richard Hampstead, who has gained up on Cooper Webster, who started this one from 15th. Rounding out the top 10 at the moment is Ian Ford in the Evolution Racing Team, the yellow machine. And right now, that top 10 looks very ERT-centric at the moment. But Madison Down is trying to prove that he has some great defensive capabilities. And after a poor showing by his standards at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, he came for a fight, and he's shown that he can defend.
Yeah, absolutely. I think these first few laps of this race have been some of the best that I've seen Madison Down drive in a very long time. That kind of defending and that kind of repassing as well against his former teammate who he battled with for the championship twice in a row in previous seasons. That really shows that he's still got what it takes to win in this series.
Its exit is officially closed this time by. It will be opened on the next lap, and drivers that will want to come down onto the lane may do so. Some of the big losers, though, in this field. Dane Warren is clearly one of them. He's dropped 4 positions. Josh Muggleton has dropped 2 over the course of the start that they had. Big loser is Sean Kelly, of course. He got involved in that incident. He's down on the lane. Even when the pit lane was closed, so he may cop a penalty for that one, but he is down in 29th position and
I
going
will say, Sperry,
even further. Yes.
I will say that it's only the pit exit that's closed, and even then, that's just when the safety car is going by. All other times, the pits are open and anyone can go in.
And very similar to a year ago to the day when the first safety car was manually thrown when it came to what we were seeing. It is Corey Preston involved in an incident, and it is Corey Preston's vehicle looking very, very horrible on the outside. In fact, he is still got a wheel spinning on that left
Trying
on
in
the
vain
left
to
rear.
get it going. Unfortunately, Corey, I don't think rubber has that much friction with air, so that's. I mean, I really shouldn't joke. That's really unfortunate for him.
It is unfortunate, and it doesn't matter how many particles he manages to disperse with his wheel. He is going to really try and have something working right now. Pace car will move away from the field. Simon Mazzomo, we will go and see some green flag racing then. Pace will be behind. Madison down. Of course, Yun Sao, keep an eye on that. That's the go corner. You can go from there. You can't pass before the start-finish line, but you can get a great run. When will Madison down decide to gun it? He's going to sit, and he is going to wait for as long as he wants to. He goes now, and we get back underway on lap 6 out of 12. 7 laps to go worth of racing at race 1 here at Interlagos, and Down's got a good enough jump here on Jared Filsell. Filsell being chased down by Maloney, by Burton. Burke may be under a bit of pressure from Ethan Griggolt as they make their way towards turn number 1. The center S once again, and on the brakes they all go. No issues or worries for the front 4. Big lockup though, coming in from Madison Down as wide runs Wayne Burke in the background, and he will have to struggle with Ethan Griggolt. And now they're starting to scrap a little bit, a lot further down even. Jordan Ross under pressure. Oh, a bit of a bump there is, I believe that's Glenn Postlethwaite getting a bit for his actions.
Yeah, certainly. Postlethwaite. Oh, some more issues there. Kyle Stokes going all the way off the track. That's unfortunate, but Glenn Postlethwaite finding himself right in the midst of all of this action. Meanwhile, the top 4 battling hard. Look at Burton on Maloney. This could get spicy.
It certainly could, and these two didn't have, well, they had some grievances that they wanted to share a little bit earlier on last year at Road Atlanta, so they've both got to be a little bit careful about the way that they battle, and these groups are starting to close themselves back up through the infield section, like the Hobson and the 2 Warrens right now find themselves together, but it is still Madison Down who holds the slenderest of slender leads. As actually just looking at this, I believe Wayne Burke is a fantastic mid part of the lap setup, which is built for going through the tight and twisties, and that's what one performance they're going to look to try and get through. And talk about this then for a little bit of a shock. The top 5 are 5 different manufacturers.
Manufacturers, I think you mean teams, Barry.
I told you before, I was on coffee, I haven't slept yet, so this is going to be interesting for a number of reasons. But now look at Filsell weaving in the mirrors of Madison Down, trying to distract arguably one of the greatest V8 supercar drivers to have ever graced the scene here in iRacing. But now with every single lap, little slide from Filsell, every lap becomes a little bit more desperate. When do you wait? When do you go? When do you make that move? Hobson now thinking, when do I make that move? Because there's Brady Myers and there's Josh Muggleton now starting to drop the trains.
Yes, indeed. Josh Muggleton maintaining 11th there, but unfortunately not where he would desire to be. Remember, he did qualify in 9th. There's a huge fight going on behind him, meanwhile. These guys cannot find any space on the track. 2 Altus cars here. Wow, this is pretty fantastic racing. It's the Warren brothers trying to make their way past Hobbo. This could get ugly.
Dane on Ethan. Danny inside in a coordinated move as 2 trailer park Warrens will try and battle around the outside and find themselves in position. Look at the train at the front of the field though. Madison Down is holding up pretty much the entire things as Kurt Stenberg now tries to limp his way home. He's got a massive amount of heavy damage, but I think he's going to be okay, or is he? Because here will come Madison Down. Stenberg will make his way to pit road, and I think it's with a blown engine to boot too. So Stenberg has done very well to get that one onto pit road and into pit lane as they continue to push. Madison Down leading this one. 5 laps to hold on against the reigning champion Jared Filsell. Does he dive this time? No, he does not. So again, he's waiting. But look at this. Wayne Burke goes straight on, and he will lose a position for his troubles as Filsell fights for the lead around the outside of turn 2, inside of the Curve de Sol.
Oh, hold up. My goodness, this is getting real spicy now. Madison Down versus Jared Filsell drag race into turn 4. Have a look at Jake Maloney. He's really trying to get in on this. This just proves the more you battle at Interlagos, the more
you are going to be able to gain on your rivals if they do the same. This is absolutely fantastic. Continuing to run side by side. Not much space on the run up to Ferradura. What can Maloney do in the midst of all this? He's got the inside line on Phil Cell, but will Jared flick over to the right-hand side? Is Maloney going to go for the move? He is down, taking all of the curb there. Oh dear, almost contact.
Gotta block. You gotta block now, and the top 5 are tripping over each other, and Ethan Grigolt's trying to get into the mix here, and they all go 6s and 7s. Maloney again is forced down the inside of Phil Cell, and again doesn't find anything. This is respite at the moment for a certain Madison Down, who is trying desperately to break away from this. You've still got Ian Ford trying to get past Hampstead, El Nabi trying to stay with Wayne Burke, the 2 winners from last year, along with Jared Phil Cell. This is becoming a case of Madison against the world, and at the moment the world are losing out quite comprehensively. This is the Imperial Iron Wall of Madison Down, the Trans-Tasman target, and the blockade that comes along with it. Is there a look at turn number 1? Once again, it's a no from Phil Cell.
Yes, indeed. So Jared, I think, is pacing himself here. He wants to be able to get by and do it decisively. And the last lap is probably going to be one of the best times to do it. You can see he got a little bit of a slide through turn 3, and that took away his run. So it may not be a dive here. Yeah, he's just going to bide his time as per usual. Ethan Griggolt, on the other hand, have a look at him almost getting into the back of Jake Burton.
You got to start thinking if you're 3rd, 4th or 5th in the train, you've got to start going here. You've got to start harassing Phil Cell. You don't want Phil Cell 2nd. He wants to be there. He wants to be aggressive. He wants to be fighting it out for the race lead. Do not give him the respect that he maybe would deserve as a champion status. You've got to go out there and prove your name and want to pick up a victory, because these results mean something heading to race number 3 as well. You also don't know if you're 10th, 25th, where the reverse happens, as there's big trouble in the background, and Ethan Warren is around with one of the Trans-Tasman cars. That's Josh Muggleton that's gone around at a very crucial point in time.
Yeah, certainly. So what happened between those guys looked like coming out of Ferradura. Oh, it was a 3-car thing. Glenn Postlethwaite was involved in that. He hit Muggleton, and Muggleton ricocheted into Warren.
Oh, and it was a big one, but we stay green here at Interlagos. 3 laps to go. Phil Cell's trying to find a way through. Madison Down's gone defensive. You got to go the long way, Jared, if you want to get this 100% record continuing. On the brakes into the left-hander of 1. He's got to run around the outside. Madison Down will now try and pinch down the line through 2, which he can do, and he gets it working. Maloney tries to fit a way through, and he just manages to squeeze through a hyper-dimensional gap, and he still can't quite get it. Contact between the pair as now hard to the defense goes Phil Cell to go through. Maloney still looking to try and find a way through, and he still finds nothing here as he gives a shove, a bump here to Phil Cell, and now they're losing Madison Down, and they're Noah's Ark.
My goodness, and you know what? Maloney, I think, half did that because he wanted to pass Phil Cell, half did that because he was defending from Burton just behind him. They're going side by side. Phil Cell taking it a bit wide through Ferradura. Is Maloney going to be able to hold on around the outside? He's using all the curb here. Meanwhile, Burton and Griggolt right on the back of them. Did Phil Cell cut the corner there? Little bit of contact, and he's going to actually lose the position there. Side by side with Burton. Is he going to try and dive up the inside? Maloney going to leave the door open just a little bit. Phil Cell doesn't take it.
Nabi almost getting contact from Ian Ford. It's all kicking off now as Hampstead drops a couple of positions in all of this. Cooper Webster now on the back of this train. Madison Down is smiling gleefully at this with 2 laps to go. He's going to feel like he's not going to be caught right now. Jake Maloney 2nd, Phil Cell 3rd, Burton 4th, Griggolt 5th. It's Wayne Burke in 6th. El Nabi now drops a bit of time in 7th position. The top 10 are split by 3 seconds at the moment out on track. This is glorious stuff. Phil Cell will now have a chance to come back here. Jake Maloney, I'm not sure he'll be too happy with that. Is he going to shove to the back? He is going to shove to the back and force a way through potentially. Not quite able though to get that magic run, but he will have that inside shoved onto the grass as they head through Curva de Sol.
And there we go. That's the run from Phil Cell ruined, and it's going to have an accordion effect. Burton and Griggolt unfortunately coming off worse from that as well, but Maloney was in front. He had every right to that piece of track. There's Griggolt on Burton trying to get through. Burton defense. Have a look at Burke. My goodness. Yes, indeed. Burke going through, and Burton
maintaining that position.
Oh my goodness! No, they got around! Maloney gets a turn! And bang! Just like that! Maloney's charge is all but done as Burton now will move himself up into second position. My goodness gracious me, what very heavy battling we've been seeing going on, and maybe Phil Sell might find himself the wrong end of a penalty. Contact with a certain Mr. Burton, and look at this. Greg Gault's trying to find a way through, leaves room for his teammate. El Nabi's in all of this, and now there's more contact. Round will go Phil Sell.
come
That's
on.
4 wide through the Pico de Pato.
This is ridiculous.
Comes along, and it's all gone wrong. Phil Sell somehow still going in. Ford has made his way up into 5th position through all of this. Burton will be fuming with what's just gone on. Greg Gault looks down the inside of Jake Maloney. He's not going to find it. White flag, though, will come out. Replays will happen after this race. Oh my goodness me, what we have just seen, and it is perfect for Madison Down, who now holds himself a massive advantage. Phil Sell and Ford going at it 2 wide as they make their way towards turn number 1, and there is also a certain Mr. I believe that is Richard Hampstead trying to get in on this mix as well for the final spot on the podium. Ford holds it for the moment at this stage, and they are all trying to battle hard and get themselves over to the end. Maloney still under pressure from Ethan Greg Gault. El Nabi under pressure from the young Cooper Webster. Greg Gault looks to the outside to make that happen, runs out of road. That was very aggressive from Maloney as they make their way into Interlagos. They've got to be careful about battling like that as Wayne Burke has walked away in second position. Now it's a case of what can you get for your money? What can you get for your pittance? And for the moment, Greg Gault can get absolutely nothing, like he couldn't against Madison Down just 2 weeks ago. Bumping the way through as down the inside goes Hampstead as he gets himself past Phil Sell as he looks to try and battle it again on that inside, trying to run that line. But again, Phil Sell's got the inside. The Pico de Pato is so crucial for that inside line. Hampstead trying to push the Simworks car as hard as possible. Gets the inside line for Mahulo. Gets the inside line now. Finally, for the left-hander coming up of Yun Sao. And still, Phil Sell battles. Still, he's trying to work for everything he's possibly got. What have you got left? Answer is not very much at all. They will drag race it to the line. For Madison Down, though, he survived the gauntlet. He held off everyone back. You cannot get past the iron wall of Madison. Madison Down wins race number 1 in emphatic fashion. It is Ford in 3rd position. Burt gets 2nd, and Hampstead holds off Phil Sell, who can only manage 5th in that opening race. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, to say the least. As scrambling for positions back here. Jake Burton finishing in 23rd in the end. You know what, Sperry? Yes, that was exciting. Yes, Madison Down put in an amazing drive, but I think the people behind him forgot how to race for half a lap.
I think they just had this one moment where everyone decided, that's it, we're putting everything on the table. I think a lot of people went bankrupt. Let's get some replays then of exactly what happened after we get ourselves just confirmation of where this reverse grid split is going to be. We'll spin this wheel right about now and we'll see where this one ends up. So the number on this one could be anywhere between 10 and 25, and it is slowing itself right down. It looks like it's going to be a low number. It's 11 where the split's going to happen. Disaster for a lot of drivers because Hobbo88 is going to put himself on the pole, and that's going to mean drivers out in the cold include Jake Burton.
Yes, indeed. That is going to be fantastic for the likes of Hobson, Warren, Webster, and El Nabi, starting off pretty high in race 2. But as you said, for the likes of Burton and the like, it's going to be an absolutely awful bit of news to hear.
Well, let's get classified results then up on the screen. If we can just get that. Madison Down picks it up in 20 minutes and 4 seconds. A win of 3.4 seconds over Wayne Burke. Ian Ford masters a move from 12th up to 3rd to pick up a podium. Richard Hampstead gets 4th, with Jared Philsell dropping back dramatically to finish in 5th. Jake Maloney gets 6th, with Ethan Greg Gault in 7th. And it's Ford El Nabi who rounds out the top 8.
In 9th, we got Cooper Webster, Dane Warren getting into the top 10 there. Brenton Hobson up from 19th to 11th. Remember, he is going to start on pole in race 2. Scott Kozlowski makes his way up to 12th. Glenn Postlethwaite and Kyle Stokes following him. Andrew Gilliam up from 28th to 15th. That's a good run from him. Meanwhile, Chris Coxhead rounds out the top 16.
Brett Cananzi gets 17th, a gain of 4 positions, up 8 for Ross Rizzo as he moves himself to 18th. Griffin Gardner gets 19th, with 20th belonging to Lee Ellis. Go Lee! Michael Cracknell gets 21st, with 22nd going to John Emerson. Jake Burton drops 20 positions after his big contact. He is fuming after that in 23rd. James Mackay in 24th.
Emily Jones making it 25th there with Michael Healy in 26th. Michael Taliancic also making it from outside the top 30 to finish in 27th. Kane Hewson gathering up positions to finish 28th. Ryan Jones and Jake Black haul behind him. Josh Muggleton, another one of the big losers there. He started in the top 10. He's going to have to settle for 31st. Michael Schreier making up 1 position from the start to finish 32nd.
Ethan Warren gets 33rd, not the day he was wanting. Jordan Ross 34th, and Sean Kelly 35th after all of that. Retirees include Brady Myers, Kurt Stenberg, Jack Boyd, Corey Preston, famously on his roll bar. You got James Duckworth and Luke Harvey, the last of the retirees. As we get ourselves just replays then of exactly what happened, brought to you by Motum Simulation coming out of that race number 1. And we'll just start off with this because it got so very, very aggressive coming through the final stages of this one. You can look and see just how much battling there was. And we're going to keep going back and back and back because we had the half lap of madness that I don't think we've ever seen for so long. And there's the start of it that we just seen as we get a little look of that right now. Down the inside's Jared Filsell, and from here, pandemonium ensues.
Yeah, absolutely does. And I think Phil Sell was not too happy with Maloney for cutting him off like that. It was well within Maloney's right to do, but Phil Sell obviously unhappy with that. And of course, we had the moves, Greg Galt and Burton in the background trying to scythe around. Maloney, of course, in second. He actually got a bad run out of turn 4. That's what brought Phil Sell up onto the back of him. But once they come out of this one, watch. Phil Sell makes rear-end contact with Maloney, and Maloney tries to recover the car, and Phil Sell gives him a little bit of a hand again, and he spins.
Well, fair play, actually, to Maloney, who manages to hold on. But that allowed Burton to go down the inside. Very crucial. They remain too wide heading through this section. You thought everything's going to be nice and dandy with Wayne Burke on the outside. No, there wasn't. There was contact. 1 bit, 2 bit, red bit, blue bit. And they weren't going to have any more of that. They were stacking up more and more and more. Filso gets down the inside. El Nabi has his own incident, as well as the likes of Wayne Burke gets hit. And then that just leaves nowhere to go for a certain Mr. Jake Burton, who gets exiting stage right as this one continues. And from there, it was just a case of hold on. How on earth Jared Filsell stayed in a podium position after that, I will never know. But it seemed that everything revolved around the reigning champion, and I think that a certain Korolev and a certain Black are going to maybe have a certain word or two.
Yeah, well, they've actually confirmed that they're going to have a full review of that race tomorrow. Awful lot to unpack from all of those final incidents, but I think one thing's for sure, Burton got the short end of the stick, as did Maloney.
That is very, very true, but we're going to step aside here just for a moment on the SimSpeed Entertainment Network here on the iRacing Esports Network, because we are going to have the reverse grid race. Hobbo 88's on pole position. Brenton Hobson has got to keep a hungry pack of animals behind.
with what amazing
Race lead to the inside goes Logan Cloudman is going to touch in. Pit crash sideways. What a save.
Look to the outside as Tronke goes off. De Jong into second place.
Going for the switchback. Oh, pinpoint driving.
It's howling down to the inside.
I trying, there's contact though.
slide left of the racetrack. Chris Leonard drives it back down underneath, and he takes that second spot right back. Joker goes to Garrett Lowe.
Garrett Lowe should take victory with all that contact.
He's going to try and make the move around the outside the Parabolica. That's not going to work, but he's going to try and get the cutback here. Get the run out the Parabolica. That's beautifully done there. Michael Schumacher, there's a little bit of door banging as well.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction. He's going in the outside. Both of them. Maloney.
Oh, he's taking Anderson. Anderson's up to
Oh my god! Oh, big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled!
Second very close. These guys I want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, there we go. Oh no, that's massive. This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh my god.
God, what?
This is the original esport racing game. This is iRacing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Virtual Racing School V8 Supercars Online Premier Series, the #1 league in Australasia. And, well, my goodness, well, we needed to take a good 5-10 minutes to just step back, take a breather after what was an eclectic mix of pride and passion and hormones and every other thing under the sun. Words have been minced left, right, and centre. And the one thing that we can say after racing like that, Reese, is that the whole race is under review by the racing stewards to be reviewed tomorrow, which will be very interesting to keep a look on.
Yeah, certainly. There's a fair chance that the results from that one, as we saw them, may not stand. So if you do want to keep track of how that plays out, be sure to follow V8SCOPS on social media. We are on Facebook, V8 Supercar Online Premier Series, and of course, SimSpeed Esports Network as well will provide you with updates on that in the coming days. So, an awful lot to unpack as we are now in the practice session for Race 2, the reverse grid one. This is going to be the same kind of format, 12 laps, no fuel tank restrictions. It's just flat out racing to the end, but positions 1 to 11 have been swapped on the grid. And have a look at that track temperature. That's, wow.
Ugly.
Yeah, very ugly.
48 degrees track temperature right now. It is blisteringly hot here in the Sambalands here at Autodromo Jose Carlos Pace. And this is not what people were hoping for. They were hoping for a nice, cool track here in Sao Paulo. They have got anything but a nice, cool track here in Sao Paulo, and this is going to be a completely different style of racing. Quick adaptability, no qualifying time, just 10 minutes of practice to get the setup up to scratch, and this is going to be a nightmare to see who can get hot conditions working. Let's not forget, Brenton Hobson's got to keep the world and his neighbours behind, and after what happened in the first race, I think everyone's going to be chomping at the bit for the second.
Absolutely, not to mention the guys starting in that 9th, 10th, 11th area.
They're the guys who were on the podium in race 1, and they want to get back up there as soon as they possibly can, try and avoid some of the inevitable midfield carnage that we're probably going to see, all things considered. So it's going to be on them, try and make sure that that is done. But Hobson, he's got a lot of pressure on him right now.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on Hobo 88's shoulders. Just 2 weeks ago, he was battling for a split 2 victory. Now he's on pole position for a reverse grid race, and a lot of drivers a little bit further down, the likes of Jake Burton and co, will have a lot more work to do to try and bring this all back. And let's not forget here, combined results of first and second races determine the grid for the third, and maybe with a smaller grid, it's going to be a little bit easier for this third lot to really work out in favour. But it's all about pace, it's all about consistency, and if you can find yourself with a nice cool head on experienced shoulders, you're probably best primed and ready for a race like this. But let's not forget who else is on that front row though, Reese, because Dane Warren is still searching for a maiden victory, and a front row start is probably exactly what the oldest man needed.
Yeah, absolutely. Very good point there. Warren's been one of those guys that has always been threatening to take his first victory. He's done it. He's been good at All-Star. When that team folded, he's been good at Altus Esports so far in terms of outright pace, but the racing has just not gone his way.
It hasn't. It has fallen pretty much the wrong side of the coin almost every time so far, so we'll see whether that is going to change for him in the long term. But this is going to be one of those races where I think drivers are going to have to really work out how aggressive they can be. They've got the same 12 laps that they have to go out there to attack and to make those moves. The positions have changed a little bit. Drivers have gained, drivers have lost. Those that have lost are looking to gain. Those that have gained are looking to gain even more. This is going to be about here, Reese. How much do you respect the driver you're racing against? From what we saw in the first race, not much when it came right down to bread and butter. But for the time being, the table is laid and everyone's just waiting to get a bit of meat on the table.
Yep, exactly right. They've got the knives and forks out ready to start cutting and spearing. There is a lot of mutual respect between many drivers in this field, but when it comes down to it, there are a couple of guys in this field that are aggressive, to say the least, when put in situations like this, and they've all raced around each other enough that they should have it sorted by now. But the same issues keep cropping up. We keep seeing everyone trying to compete for that same spot on track. I think it's largely down to the format, because there's a lot at stake here, especially for the guys a bit further back who could benefit from a good points haul.
They certainly could, but big question then before we head over to the starting grid. Is this going to be a case for Jared Filsell of first cracks beginning to show of a champion, first real test of him having to battle from behind to try and pick up a victory? And has he really found himself now in a position where he is really not in his comfort zone and maybe truer colours are showing?
Perhaps. We're not quite sure. I mean, obviously, Filsell hasn't spent much time out of first position in the last year or so. We got to remember, though, he did put in that amazing drive at the Bathurst 1000 last year to nab a podium, even though he was involved in a potentially race-ending incident earlier on. So Filsell, he has the power to make his way through a field cleanly. He has the power to stay cool under a lot of stress, but with a new team environment and with everything that he's got to live up to now, who knows, it may be getting to him.
The stakes are raised, the field is closer, the field is tighter, the racing means that much more. Practice is all over and complete. The grid coming up for you for race 2, the reverse grid, is going to be in just a couple of seconds' time as follows. So it'll be Brenton Hobson on pole position with Dane Warren alongside Cooper Webster is on the second row with Forzan Elnabi, Ethan Griggolt and Jake Maloney on row 3. Row 4 is Jared Filsell and Richard Hamstead with Ian Ford and Wayne Burke on row 5.
In 11th, we got Madison Down, winner of the previous race. Scott Zalowski lining up behind him. Glenn Postlethwaite and Kyle Stokes behind them. Andrew Gilliam and Chris Coxhead on row 8 with Brett Cananzi, Ross Rizzo, Griffin Gardner and Lee Ellis rounding out the top 20.
Rest of the grid then up on your screen right now, cycling through for the 41 that look to try and push themselves through. A lot with redemption, a lot to push forward for, but now it's time to see what you're made for. Hobson and Warren have never had victories. The two drivers behind did last year. Oh, actually the three with Ethan Griggolt added into the mix. What can be possibly added to this volatile fire being shown here at Interlagos in the blazing heat, which has got to so many drivers here today? Lights on. Lights out. And what a start it is from Dane Warren. But look at the third row, because Ethan Griggolt gets a great start then and looks to try and push past El Nabi here in the battle. Warren looks to go down the inside. Hobson gives a lot of room, but Dane now will have that outside tracked, which is going to give him the position and the race lead overall. Wide goes El Nabi, and they all try and funnel their way through. But for the moment at least, it is Dane Warren, the savant himself, who leads this one as they head to Desquita del Lago.
Yes, indeed. Cooper Webster pressuring Brenton Hobson here for third. It's almost a move, but not quite. Hobson holds on there to second. But Dane Warren continuing to lead. Bit of side-by-side running in the background. El Nabi and Hampstead with Burke trying to get in on it as well. Madison Down briefly going side-by-side with Ian Ford as the field makes their way up into Ferradura. I'm actually pleasantly surprised at the fact that everyone has more or less made it through.
Yeah, and Cooper Webster's made a way through then on Brenton Hobson, who's forced a little bit wide. Ooh, little bit of contact coming in, and that was on a certain Mr. Jake Maloney from Ethan Griggolt. So ERT and TTL looking good. Contact in the background. That was Phil Sell getting a smack from a certain Hampstead, and for the moment Hampstead gives the bump to Wayne Burke, who now gets shoved behind El Nabi just for the moment on the brakes into that next section. He gets another tap coming in, and the freight training continues. The hazing comes on as Madison Down dives to the inside and takes a position.
There's a couple of punching bags starting to come out in this field, it seems. Madison Down trying his best to hold on here versus Wayne Burke, but Burke has the traction there due to not taking the curb. Very close here.
Pick a lane.
Yeah, pick a lane indeed.
Wow, on the brakes, Madison Down just about takes it. Bit of a bump coming through that section, but he's going to look to try and fight back. Everyone's got to be careful, but it is Dane Warren who holds 8/10 over Cooper Webster. It's Hobson in third, Griggolt fourth, Maloney fifth, Philsell is in sixth position. He's gained one so far over this one. Look at this, as now Carl Stokes tries to get in on the act. He's trying to get down Scott Zalowski, and he's not quite able to manage to make that one. Sorry, that was Andrew Gilliam trying to find a way through. Gilliam has looked fantastic over the course of this one. He had a poor qualifying, but he gained so many positions in race one. He's looking to do the same again here in race two with some clear pace that he has. Coxhead trying to get in on this as well in the mid-pack.
Yes, indeed. Well done to Gilliam for being up as far as he is. Still pressuring Kyle Stokes there with a little bit of Morse code on the rear bumper as they come through this beautiful dipping hairpin. That's one of my favorite corners on the circuit, just saying. Have a look at Gilliam trying to go up the inside here of Kyle Stokes, and Stokes leaves him a bit of room. Gonna go side by side down on the run to Junsao. Oh, and a little bit more contact as well. That's Gilliam left out high and dry. Coxhead's probably going to get in on this as well. Little bit of contact maybe. They might have just brushed fenders, but nonetheless, they managed to keep it going. Well done.
They certainly do. Hobbo 88 under pressure though from Evolution Racing Team. Here comes the egg. Ethan Griggolt looking to go down to the inside, get his season on track, and can he get this one slowed and sorted for the time being? Yes, he can. Up into the podium goes Ethan Griggolt, and just behind that you've got, of course, Jake Maloney versus Jared Philsell. Part two, the rematch between them, you could say at this stage, and I wonder how much love is going to be given between these two as they battle it out. I'm sure Phil Sell's hot head has now decided to prevail, but now it's a second for the savant Dane Warren in Altus Esports colours here in the second race of the evening. And for the moment at least, it seems that there is not many challengers to that one at the moment, as we look a little bit further behind, because there was Emily Jones battling with Griffin Gardner. Jake Burton, who's made his way through the entirety of the lot that are battling Noah's Ark into Ferradura.
Yes, indeed, and have a look at this through Ferradura, 2x2x2. It's Noah's Ark, as you put it, Sperry, and Griffin Gardner leading this one. Cracknell and Jones trying to go side by side. Ethan Warren trying his best here to make something of what was a very poor race one from him. Oh, a little bit of contact between himself and Lee Ellis as they come down to this particular hairpin. It's a proper traffic jam down here, but I have to say, a little bit further up, I find myself tugging my shirt collar in nervousness seeing Phil Sell and Maloney on the same piece of racetrack.
Oh, so do I, and you have to wonder at what point does it go through as Hobson gets a very wide line going through. Advantage Maloney down to the inside. He will look at turn number one, the prime opportunity, making point, and he passes his way through, gets a tap coming in from Hobson. This allows Phil Sell the chance to run on that hard inside line. He's all over the curb and sliding it his way through. Hobson's going to pick the run up off the exit. They'll battle it out together. How much respect will Hobbo88 have? The answer is probably very. He's one of the nicest guys in the paddock. He gets on the brakes. Phil Sell leans in, gives him a shove, and why, goodness me, we're going to have a proper battle now.
Yeah, Hampstead getting to the back of Phil Sell in the braking zone. El Nabi right in there as well. So Phil Sell probably not too happy with this circumstance because it's allowed Maloney to skip away. Hobson doing a very good job defending, I have to say. Look at the train forming behind him. Phil Sell's going to go for that aggressive move down the inside, but we've seen it before. We'll see it again. Side-by-side running is very easy to do through this section. Phil Sell decides to back out, though.
Yes, but he's got the chance to attack unless Hobson's going to go aggressive. That's a late little lunge coming from Phil Sell, and it's not going to be a decisive one either. So now the bottleneck is around Hobbo88, who is battling the two-time world champion. And for the moment at least, it seems that Phil Sell's got nowhere that he can go to try and make this happen. Look who's now on the back of this train. You've got the likes of Ian Ford now who's there, with Burke and Dowd and El Nabi and Hampstead. And they're all trying to find a way past Hobbo88, and they're having nothing as the front four pulling away at this one. Maloney, Griggolt, Webster, and your race leader, Dane Warren, who did a 35.7 that last time by. Griggolt was slightly quicker. Webster struggling, though, and dropping a bit of time. Here comes Phil Sell down the inside of Hobbo88, and there's nothing the Synergy boy can do, because there is nothing there. Contact, though, coming in. Hampstead gets a tap from El Nabi.
Yeah, certainly does. They are playing for keeps here in the lower reaches of the top 10. Remember, Madison Down is behind these guys. There's a lot of people who would give up a lot to finish ahead of Madison Down in a V8 supercar field. Oh my goodness, Wayne's aggressive on the brakes. Is he going to make it? Yes, he is. My goodness, that was almost, that almost looked planned.
It's on for second too. That was great work, and now Ian Ford tries to go in. Battle for second certainly on, as Cooper Webster may have to multi-21 his way out of this one, because Ethan Griggolt is clearly the faster man on the brakes. Right-hander coming along then of Labanhina, left of the Pinarino, right coming up at the Bico de Pato. Question is, Webster's not going to back down. No team orders at ERT. On the brakes into the right-hander they go. They've got to work this out together if they want to chase down the breakaway team away from Evolution Racing Team, Altus Esports, team boss Simon Feigl chewing nervously his fingernails, watching his savant-like talent Dane Warren currently leading this one outright, but now Griffin Gardner starts to run into his own issues too.
Yeah, he's going to go off into the runoff area on the run up to Jun Sao. Got a hit from Brett Cananzi, who goes up the inside there, and who is that in that TTR car? That's Emily Jones. So they're battling very tightly as well. Meanwhile, for second and third, there's Ethan Griggolt going by Cooper Webster quite conclusively.
Yes, that's a very good move. Madison Down trying to battle it out with Wayne Burke, and ultimately can't find anything going through turn one. But now he and Ford starts thinking, time to be aggressive, time to put a dent in Madison Down's prospects. But still, this race is not yet at the halfway stage. The fireworks yet to truly get off, as they now start wondering, how do I battle Phil Sell has not pulled away as much as many people would have thought here in comparison to Brenton Hobson, as Hampstead struggled to find a way through. So is El Nabi, so is Burke down forward and Postlethwaite, and now Kozlowski on the rear, and Carl Stokes. They've proven they've got a fair turn of pace, and that this reverse grid didn't really mean too much at all. The top 11 have stayed within the top 11, but the battle for best of the rest, they are still incredibly tight, as that was Kozlowski almost getting into the back of Postlethwaite.
Yeah, meanwhile, Lee Ellis at the front of this train here. Goodness me, this is getting pretty tight back here.
Oh, slow vehicle.
Oh yeah.
That's Griffin Gardner.
That's interesting. Steering damage, it seems. Not quite sure what's going on there.
Must have got a hit.
Almost as if... No, actually. That was very strange. Maybe he got a slowdown penalty and was just serving that. Nonetheless...
Yeah, nonetheless, look how much he's actually dropped in the train. He's behind Brady Myers on the recovery. Jones, Emerson, Kananzi, Black, Hallcrack, Noel Ross, Lee Ellis, Ethan Warren, and now the other Jones, Emily Jones, now in this scrap as they look to have their own little battle at the moment. No changes in front of them into the opening corners here on lap 7 out of 12. So Emily Jones having to go on the defensive. Ethan Warren, though, gets the Altus car down the inside, and that was very, very comfortable on her there from Ethan Warren, as Greg Galt found 4/10 on that last lap comparatively to Dane Warren. He is within a second, and now the Savant is seeing his first victory start to fall away. He runs so wide coming off of that section. I think his tyres are being eaten alive right now here, Reese. I think he's got no setup for these hot conditions.
Yeah, that may very well be the case. You know, Interlagos already a tough track on tyres as it is, but these conditions will be absolutely playing havoc with the tyres. Here is Ross Rizzo trying to make his way past Chris Coxhead down for position 16. Remember, Ross Rizzo, your Super Split 2 winner, and he's back here in Split 1, not doing too badly, all things considered. He's got a couple of cars to make his way past.
He does have a couple of cars that he's got to try and get by, but there are no guarantees at the moment that getting by is the easy option at this stage. You've got Wayne Burke trying to find a way past Forzan El Nabi. He's the man on the move at the moment, is the 89, and he's been doing it with some audacious overtakes, has to be said, at the moment. Top 4 remain all line astern, split by about 2.37 that last time by from Ethan Griggold over the last 2 laps. Look at this. Dane Warren is being clawed back hand over fist by the Evolution machine, and it's Greg Galt who now looks to try and stamp himself with authority, and he is proving with a fast lap that last time by, and not just any old fast lap, it was a certain 35.9, that everything is coming up Greg Galt.
Yep, certainly is. And Dane Warren, we've seen him in the past when he's threatened to do well, take victory. He's been the aggressor in the situation more often than not. Now he's going to have to really put his defensive game on if he wants to take his first V8SCOPS victory. It's going to be difficult for him. A hard-charging Greg Galt in these very hot conditions. That's a position no one wants to be in.
No, not at all, and everybody understands that this has to come down to being aggressive and at the right time as well for Ethan Griggold. Victories to his name last season. And yes, maybe slightly defensive, different lines being taken as Burke tries to go down the inside. There's contact with Forzan El Nabi, and both of them spear around. Madison Down picks up 1. Wayne Burke loses 3 for a trouble, and all of a sudden, Madison can start thinking about attacking the Trick Sim Sport Phenom. There, Forzan El Nabi, not quite in a position to get that yet, but Madison Down is proving that his patience is being rewarded here by mistakes. As now, look at this, battle for the race lead, firmly on now as Ethan Griggold tries to find a way past Dane Warren, defensive already by the Altus man, as he now looks to battle the very, very accomplished driver of Ethan Griggold, and they'll continue through the Center S.
Yes, indeed. Both of these drivers very accomplished, holding many championships in V8 supercar racing on iRacing. But it is well and truly on now, coming into turn 4. Greg Galt having a bit of a look, doing the old psychological gamesmanship there, moving around in the mirrors. Dane Warren unfazed for now. Greg Galt taking a bit more curb. He definitely seems a lot more comfortable. Warren actually struggling for grip. You can see it in the body language of his car.
Oh, and there was a half look down to the inside, not full committal yet from Ethan Griggold. And this is only going to bring in Webster, only going to bring in Maloney right now, as Hobson may have a chance to actually battle back against Jared Filsell, who feels like he can't go any further, I think, in this one, or doesn't have the pace. Hobson is in the magic number 6 position once again. Oh, you can't believe it. Right now, it's absolutely everything that
Did
you
someone
can
hit
see.
the rewind button? I feel like
They
we're back
did.
at the start of 2018 again.
We are at the start of 2018 once again, but Dane Warren certainly isn't. Here's a battle side by side. El Nabi going at it with Ian Ford. Ford can't find it.
Yeah, certainly not. And these guys are battling in the lower reaches of the top 10 here. Burke once again with a hero move under brakes, making a bit of contact with Ian Ford. I don't think the stewards are going to be looking at that one too kindly. That's ruined Ian Ford's runs down the straight, and Glenn Postlethwaite has got balked there along with Solovsky.
Well, burked is one way of saying it, as now Postlethwaite and Szlowski want to try and make a way through, as still Dane Warren defends, and now even harder than before, as they actually they abstained the gap. They kept it exactly the same over that last lap. Dane Warren was actually slightly quicker than Webster and Maloney, so it's really Greg Galt who's trying to push the pace forward. Looking again to the mirror on the left-hand side on the brakes into Desquita del Lago, down the Rey to Aposta. Nothing just yet, but that is a wide push there from Dane, and here comes Ethan Greg Galt, sensing the opportunity, but he's going to have to go the long way around. Oh, there's almost contact between them. He had to back out of it there because of a few technical issues, and just like that, there's the worries. Maloney dives down the inside in the battle for the podium now, and trying to make this one work, and is going to just manage to try and make this work. But look at young Cooper Webster battle back. He's got a race victory under his belt, and he's proving his worth.
Absolutely. This is a great battle between two young stars of the series, it has to be said. They're both pretty experienced, but they're still very young, both Webster and Maloney. Battling very hard, especially up the front here between Dane and Ethan. This is going to be a fantastic finish if things continue the way they're going. They're actually coming around to start the penultimate lap of the race here. Time is rapidly running out for both of these guys. Warren to keep the win, and Greg Galt to take it.
Here we go, to the outside, they try, battle for first, firmly on right now as Dane Warren again on that inside does well, blocks the line, contact between them as they head through 1, through 2, it's perfect from Dane, who is proving on older or more used tyres at the moment, he is still able to be considered an equal at this stage, very much able to consider himself a savant in the defensive arts, because now Ethan Greg Galt is trying everything in his offensive toolbox to try and prise open that move, which is clearly not happening on the Altus car. The orange and the blue and the white are nothing for the monochrome of the Evolution Racing Team machine, and really, Reese, it's about now Ethan Greg Galt having to make the one big banzai opportunity.
Yeah, that's definitely turned out to be the way of things. Oh, did Warren take a bit too much curb there? Oh, he'd better hope not. Oh, he paused a little on the throttle there. I wonder if he was trying to give up a little bit of time while still preserving his position. I'll tell you what, Warren has been using the park on the apex strategy very well, especially in turn 1. Oh, bit of a slide from Greg Galt.
Wow. Parking the bus and a bit more, and a bit of sliding going on as they try and get going. White flag will come out now for Dane Warren's 57, holding off, looking for a maiden victory. Ethan Greg Galt, though, is the only thing that stands in the way. Will Dane have anything to fight back with if Ethan finds a way through? Egg looking to the outside, trying to get this move done. Still nothing as the outside works, trying to slip an up and under in. Still nothing is forthcoming for Greg Galt, who now looks for the Raider Aposta as the next big overtaking opportunity to try and make it happen. Battle for third still on between Webster and Maloney, but look at this, instantly defensive then from Dane Warren, knowing that there is nothing left that he can do, and he covers off the line beautifully here between two who know how to fight. Off of this corner though, this is where we've seen Ethan Greg Galt look absolutely stunning, but again, hard defense to the inside coming along from Dane Warren. Again to the outside, Greg Galt's going to have to look, and he's got to do it unorthodox. Oxley here, because there's no other alternatives right now, which are seemingly presenting themselves into the Laranjina and the infield section, and it's bumping at every corner right now for Grid Gold. Come on, hurry up, move it, push to pass. He makes the gap right now on the outside, but it's the outside of Bico De Pato, well defended right now from Dane Warren, who again looks to try and hold it, almost contact, and now you're running out of time, Ethan. If you want to make this happen, it's got to be a lunge here, but surely Dane's going to defend this one. Surely is there now going to be a chance? Phil Sell has lost out a position, and I think that's put Hobson in 5th place. There's been battling going on there. But here's Dane Warren coming up the hill. Ethan Grigalt has himself about 2 car lengths to try and close down. Now it's a car length and a half, but the line is too quickly approaching. So Dane Warren, the savant, will take his maiden win in V8SCOPS. Finally, Dane has come to the top step of the podium.
And with one of the finest defensive drives I've ever seen. I'm just going to put that right out there. That is probably going to feature in my top moments for the season at the end of the year. What a drive from Dane Warren.
Well, let's get a replay of what's happened on the last lap, because this is what happened between Hobson, Philsell and Hampstead. Didn't quite catch it the first time. Let's go back a little bit here, because here's Hobson. This is the infield section we were just seeing. There's the Synergy car trying to find a way past Philsell. Was it brave down the inside at Laranjina? No, it wasn't. It was more rather this next section of track where Philsell ended up coming unglued in an unceremonious moment. It was Bico De Pato, and it was just a little run wide there on entry. And look at this from Hampstead, very deep on the brakes, bang, there's the contact. I wonder if that was trying to send a message there about TTL drivers there from Hampstead. You're going to say something about that to me? I'm going to try and run in deep on the brakes and see if I can get something here. Madison Down tried to go down to the inside. He couldn't find anything. And Narby tried to fight it around the outside as well. But my goodness me, what racing we have seen there in race number 2. And this is the classified results. Dane Warren finally procures a race victory, 19 minutes, 19 seconds. He does it by just a tenth and a little bit more over Ethan Grigalt, with Cooper Webster managing 3rd position overall. Jake Maloney picks up 4th with Brenton Hobson. Great result from him, getting 5th, stealing it away from Jared Philsell on the last lap after contact with Richard Hampstead, who finishes 7th. Madison Down gains 3 positions overall after a race 1 victory. He gets 8th place.
Forzan El Nabi slipped down the order but held on to finish in 9th. Wayne Burke, meanwhile, we saw some heroic moves from him. Ultimately didn't work out for him. He's going to have to settle for where he started in 10th. Ian Ford completes the top 11 there. Glenn Postlethwaite and Scott Silovsky finishing around where they did. And Kyle Stokes, no change in position. Neither for Andrew Gilliam. Ross Rizzo makes up 2 positions. Jake Burton manages to make it 17th. And Chris Coxhead rounding out the top 18.
Yeah, it was Ethan Warren 19th and Jordan Ross then getting 20th. Lee Ellis gets 21st with Emily Jones 22nd. Michael Cracknell gets to 23rd with Jake Blackall gaining 6th for 24th. Brady Myers gets 25th position overall, with 26th going to John Emerson.
Yes, indeed. And rounding out the field here, we got Griffin Gardner and Brett Cananzi in 27th and 28th. James McKee and Michael Healy rounding out the top 30. 31st and 32nd, Ryan Jones and Kane Hewson, our 2 debutants.
Yes, we do. Michael Taliancic gets 33rd. Luke Harvey, 34th. Didn't make too much progress, none could be said for Sean Kelly or Josh Muggleton, who went backwards. Corey Preston gets 37th. Kurt Stenberg, 38th. 3 retirees, a lot better that time by, because they were Michael Schreier, James Duckworth, and Jack Boyd to boot. But we step aside for a moment here on the iRacing Esports Network, because we will be heading ourselves to an absolutely beautiful final race. 18 laps. We're going to add a 3rd on to the distance, and more importantly than that, the 2 race results get combined, and we get a true grid for some amazing final racing of the evening.
Motor Speedway. Will it be Tim Hogan? It's going to be Christopher DeMary at the line.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction. He's going the outside of both of them. Maloney.
Oh, he's taken Anderson. Anderson's up to him.
Oh my god! Big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled!
Six very close. These guys are going to want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, here we go. Oh, no. That's massive. This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh, my God.
God, what?
This is the original esport racing game. This is iRacing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Virtual Racing School V8 Supercars Online Premier Series. And my word, has it been the longest of long times for Dane Warren, a monkey off his back. Finally, it is a race victory, one which can finally be put to bed. And my goodness, Reese, did he or did he not deserve that? The way that he had to defend from a hard-charging Ethan Grigol, who he himself is proven in this series as a race winner, that, I think, has to be shown as a masterclass in how to defend.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. You know, we've seen in the last couple of seasons quite a bit of defending that really treads the line between, good racing and just going a bit too far, a bit too aggressive. But Dane Warren, you want to define defending a position, just watch that. Just watch that lead battle. That's all you need to know. Dane Warren on those more worn out tires. We could definitely see that. His pace dropped off massively. But Ethan Grigol,
knew where to put his car as well. Let's not forget the credit he deserves for finishing second.
Oh, he was absolutely beautiful in the way that he pushed through the field, made positions early, and crucially got exactly where he needed to. The big cork in the bottle throughout the entirety of this second race that we just saw was Hobbo 88. He was dropping back. He was in 6th. And we were thinking, oh no, not again, not 6th position, Hobbo. But no, gets a bit of fortune from Richard Hampstead, gets a 5th place ahead of Jared Filsell. And I think Hobbo probably has to understand right now that he did have the same pace as Filsell, who probably did maybe get a bit complacent and Alain Prost-like, knowing that he wasn't going to have the chance to chase down Maloney.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, can you really blame Filsell for doing that? He had a tough first race and was involved in a few incidents. And I think this kind of drive from him in race 2 is just sitting back, letting things happen, and prepping for a real attack in race 3.
And he needs that attack because of the combined grids. He's had a 5th and a 6th, which will actually probably put him up a lot further forward than maybe people would be thinking. I wouldn't be surprised to see Jared Filsell maybe up as high as 3rd, maybe 4th position, and that will be a scary place to see Filsell being aggressive, being able to go out there and attack and gain positions. It's all going to come down to that start once again, and we've seen clean starts and how that inside line has been the favoured place to be looking to get going forward, and it seems that the best place to be at this track is 2nd on the grid.
Yeah, definitely seems that way. We've seen in both of the races so far, the 2nd place starter and that entire row of the grid, well, not row, column, I suppose you could say, they've gotten a good start. It definitely seems that having the inside line for turn 1 works out very well, despite the fact that it's not on the racing line. So Ethan Griggault really took advantage of that in race 2, Filsell in race 1, and we are just receiving word that we are getting through a confirmed grid for race 3. So we are going to find out very soon just where everyone stands going into this final race of the night.
Oh, yes, we are. And by the looks of things, it will be Madison Down on pole position with Ethan Griggault on the front row alongside. Dane Warren will start from 3rd with Jake Maloney 4th. Wayne Burke 5th. Jared Filsell in 6th. Richard Hampstead 7th. Cooper Webster 8th. Then it's Ford, Hobson, and El Nabi rounding out the top 11 with Scott Zizlowski in 12th position. Jake Burton will start this one from 18th. Looking a little bit further down the order for those that maybe haven't had the best of runs today, Jordan Ross starts from 28th position. You got the likes of Brady Myers in 33rd overall, and then Josh Muggleton 34th, Sean Kelly is 35th, Luke Harvey is in 37th position. That's a big, long grid, and it's a long way for those at the bottom, but just looking at this, Madison Down from the front will have to play the defensive game once again, but this time it's Ethan to worry about, and the likes of Dane Warren, who may be in a cooler race session that we may get here at Interlagos, may find himself a little bit more aggressive, as well as Jake Maloney, who has been quietly aggressive despite the issues.
Yeah, certainly. I'm actually quite impressed with Maloney's performances tonight. The incident he was involved in was through no fault of his own, and despite all of that, he's managed to maintain a very high running position in this event. Starting in 4th, Maloney, I think, could be a real factor in this one.
I think Maloney is hoping to try and get out of Interlagos with a victory, head to Oran Park with something to build on, which we are unconfirmingly saying is most likely going to be a super sprint, so that will be 2 more races that you'll be seeing over there, and then to Phillip Island, which is unconfirmed to be a 250 sprint race, or I wouldn't quite say sprint race, but it will be a 250-kilometer race, which will be a tough one for the drivers to try and work out and make correct. But this is an important time in the season. Now this is the race where heads are going to have to be turned and looking at the bigger picture. We're going to step aside for one moment here on the iRacing Esports Network. Race 3 coming to you in just a moment's time.
fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got with the outside of both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taken Anderson! Anderson's up to him! Oh my god! Big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled!
Six very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, here we go. Oh no, that's massive. This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh my god.
God, what?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Virtual Racing School V8 Supercars Online Premier Series Race 3, the final race of the night. A race which has been so very hotly contested here today, over two 12-lap races. The 18-lap special, though, is going to be the one which tests these drivers the most. The track has cooled massively since the second race. We're down to just 23 degrees. The clouds covered the track. It's gone late here at in-sim time, about 6:23 exactly, and a little bit of change in seconds the more that I talk and talk. But more crucially than that, though, Reese, this is about bragging rights. Winner takes all. Momentum of race 3 gives the big advantage heading to Oran Park. And my goodness, at a track which is so tight and technical as Oran Park, you need to be in a position where you can take momentum.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And the main man looking to carry said momentum is going to be Madison Down, the winner of race 1. He is going to be starting on the pole position for this race. If you've just joined us, we're going to reiterate, we've had 2 races so far, the second one being a reverse top 11, and this race's grid is determined by the combined results from those first 2 races. Madison Down coming off the best so far.
And this is going to be a really tough grid for these drivers as well. You have to remember, Down, Greg Galt, Warren, Maloney, Burke, Phil Sell, Hampstead, Webster, the top 8, all of them in a position to go out there to attack and really be at the top of their games if they want to showcase what they are all about. And everybody knows here in this field, there are no second chances anymore. If you go for the gap, then you've got to be the racing driver that knows that they can go for the gap. This is all about fighting for survival in a race like this. It takes a different mentality, some that some drivers don't have, some which others show in a lot more subtle ways. Sometimes you've got to show a mean streak and a nasty side. Other times, you just got to play that patience game till the clock runs out. But really, Reese, you have to say, it has been disappointing in some respects for some drivers, but other drivers have really stepped up to the plate today.
Absolutely. Chief among them, Dane Warren, taking his first V8SCOPS victory, something that he had been threatening to do for literally years. And he's managed to get it this weekend at Interlagos, and good on him for doing that. He's going to get himself a very good starting position in race 1, but will he be able to beat this guy on screen at the moment, Madison Down? Not quite sure. The conditions might play into his favor.
They certainly could, and crucially with Madison Down, the question was with him, well, we know that he can defend a position. How much, though, can he defend a position? If someone does get by, can Madison Down get back past? We haven't seen that just yet. We've seen maybe a glimpse of it, a brief little look, but nothing too conclusive about Madison, who will have to start this one from the pole position. That other man, Ethan Greg Galt's just gone fastest in practice. That's going to be a little bit worrying here for Madison. I think Ethan maybe has the overall pace here in the long run. It just depends on how this one all plays out. And let's not forget, we haven't seen the big one yet at turn 1, lap 1, which so often seems to happen.
Yeah, and I'm actually quite surprised. You know, usually we would have seen a massive wreck involving half the field by now, considering past races at this track and with this format, but I am pleasantly surprised to see that we actually got a full halfway round the lap last race before any big incidents started to happen. So, I mean, well done to the drivers for managing to keep it clean through 1, 2, and 3 that time.
It's not just those drivers that need to keep their heads on a swivel, because you look at some of the drivers who have been sitting outside of that top 11, Scott Soslovsky, Glenn Postlethwaite, Carl Stokes, Andrew Gilliam and Chris Coxhead can all lay claim to the fact that they have had great races so far today, and Ross Rizzo as well. Throw him in just for a laugh, maybe, potentially, but he's done incredibly well over the course of this one to put himself into play. Practice is over. The final grid of the evening is going to very much be as follows here from Autodromo José Carlos Pace, Interlagos here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Grid as follows. Madison Down will take the pole position then overall here in this one, and will be joined alongside by Ethan Griggolt. Dane Warren will start from third with Jake Maloney fourth, Wayne Burke fifth, Jared Filsell sixth, Richard Hampstead, Cooper Webster, Ian Ford and Brenton Hobson the top 10.
11th is Forzen Olnabi. Joining him is his Trick Sim Sports teammate Scott Cislovsky in 12th. Glenn Postlethwaite and Kyle Stokes on row 7. Andrew Gilliam and Chris Coxhead, two very well-performing drivers today in 15th and 16th. Rizzo and Jake Burton lining up on row 9. And the top 20 rounded out by Lee Ellis and Michael Cracknell.
Go Lee. Rest of the grid cycling on your screen right now, but everything is all about this final charge to the line. What can everyone manage to make of this? Who will meet their maker here in the Samba lands of Brazil? Who will now establish themselves as a legend moving forward to Oran Park? This is all about staking your claim to the throne. Lights on top of the iRacing gantry. Let's get ourselves underway one final time, because the green flag drops and we are going. Ethan Griggolt gets a solid start on the inside. Warren instantly moves to cover and come to the inside. Outside line, Wayne Burke trying to pick a lane. And there is Filsell having a big slide in through turn number 1, trying to pick something up. Contact coming in on Maloney. Held it together nicely. Filsell runs a little bit wide, and that allows the chance going through for Wayne Burke. But it is Madison Down who holds on. Dane Warren now looking to get aggressive here. Hard to the inside goes Ethan Griggolt. He's got to hold on for second.
He absolutely has. A big wreck in the background, meanwhile, down the straight. Jordan Ross involved in that. We're going to stay with these guys just briefly, but have a look at that. Drivers recovering. That's a CMR car coming off second best. But this battle for the top 3, very close right now. And Dane Warren carrying through that momentum from the win in last race. He's got a renewed confidence, especially in these cooler conditions. And he is really pressuring Griggolt right now.
Yes, and everything is about Dane trying to force a way through, but now look at Maloney, who's been very, very subtly quiet. That was defended as Filsell tries to get around the outside of Wayne Burke. Down the inside looking was Ian Ford trying to get past Brenton Hobson. No dice at the moment trying to make that move as they start falling backwards ever so slightly, and car inwards, backwards almost, and that wasn't landed. It is Brenton.
Oh no, Glenn Postlethwaite
almost back onto the circuit and just surviving Reese.
Wow, that was very close. That could have ended especially badly for many people. We're going to get a replay of the start as the drivers cross the line to begin lap 2 of 18. Thanks to Modem Simulation. Let's have a look here. Well, the incident had already happened by that point. We're going back here to the very start of the race.
Oh, Maloney has been turned. Oh, my. And right on the inside of turn number 1 as well. His day goes from great recovery, to now you've got to pull off a miracle.
Well, you just saw what happened to Jordan Ross there, unfortunately getting turned around by James McKee out of turn 3. But that is, while we were under replay, that is no good for Maloney at all.
No, it isn't, and look at how much it has hurt and hampered and has given the breakaway of 3 down Griggolt and Warren, who have been the standout stars of the racing that we have seen so far. Hobson is now...
Another incident! Oh, Corey Preston and Josh Muggleton have come together. Muggo straight into the wall. So much has happened here. We're going to stay with the replays. Stuff just keeps happening.
Oh, well, we'll get there eventually, I think. Everyone running into issues. This is Jake Maloney. This is what happened there. Gets a tap, and that wasn't the plan. Motion simulation replay coming up then of what happened with a certain Josh Muggleton heading down turn number 4. They are heading, and the Rato Aposta that came up next. The JMSR car gets a little bit of a gap and ultimately just holds that line on the outside, looking to run that outside line, and nope, just runs out of road there. I think Muggleton just moved across a little bit too much, maybe was hoping to run off the track a little bit but that was not part of the plan. Here's some side-by-side action though. Jared Filsell moves down to the inside and gets past Wayne Burke with a big puff of smoke to boot from the number one, up into 4th position and trying to make the recovery happen as the one performance car still stays in the tow, and Filsell now starts thinking about Dane and Ethan and Madison.
The question is, how hard can Filsell charge? We know that that he's had to fight back from poor positions before, but here in 4th place, oh no! Oh, more again! Jake Burton coming together with Andrew Gilliam there. That's unfortunate. There's actually quite a lot going on down in the field right now. Drivers running side by side and making contact with each other. Everyone, I think, still trying to get used to these conditions. And that's side by side, Ethan Warren and Mr. Gilliam. Can Warren hold round the outside? Jake Burton trying his best to get through, and I believe that's Kyle Stokes.
And Stokes is actually trying to get through the other way around here, Reese, and down the inside. He will go, and this is going to go 3 wide to Magulo. That's not ideal, as there's Chris Coxhead trying to get in for the KRF Suva car. No Brett Loxton today. His wheel ended up getting broken half an hour before the start of proceedings, so that wasn't part of his script, and he will have to use his drop week because of that. But still, you see Burton trying to attack Kyle Stokes up the hill towards Archie Bankadas and Skeeter Dust boxes at the moment, as it now seems that Ethan Griggolt will play the patience game, which he played before in race number 2, which didn't work. Now, will it work against a veteran like Madison Down? Next question, maybe a different answer. Burton back down the inside, looking for that chance to make the move, and gets it sorted in the Positive Sim Racing car.
Not without a little bit of a bump from Kyle Stokes in the middle of turn 2. As, oh, goodness me, it's getting real hectic there for Ross Rizzo coming out of turn 3, and he's going to run side by side with Ethan Warren down on the run to turn 4. Who was going to be the last of the late breakers into there? Another commentary cliche we all love down under. It's going to be the Warren.
It is going to be Ethan Warren, and Warren is able to hold that position and make it work the way that's wanted. Filsell, though, is storming right now. 0.4 of a second quicker that last time by he was, compared to Dane Warren in front. He's got the gap down to 0.9 of a second, and is now the bridge between the divides, between the two big packs, as Dane Warren gets very aggressive on the brakes with Ethan Griggolt just in front. Now the question becomes, what can Jared Filsell get out of this event? He's not had the best of runs. He's had himself a lot of work to do here today, but now it's about recovery, and maybe he could just lose the championship lead coming out of this one, heading to Oran Park for the first time in over a year.
Yes, indeed. More problems we just saw there for Andrew Gilliam, and Lee Ellis battling hard there for 19th position. We're going to get a quick replay of an earlier incident as we continue running. This is what happened to Gilliam. No problems so far, just defending his position like normal. It happened at the next corner, so car 21, that's Griffin Gardner. So, just a bit of contact there. That's really unfortunate.
That is, it was just the lightest taps on Gilliam, and he's only going one way, and that is backwards at the moment. There has been a big change for position out on track because Richard Hamstead has made his way through on Cooper Webster. That is a change for 6th and 7th out on the road. Next up for Hamstead will be Wayne Burke in the 89 machine. But look at the front 4 at the moment. Madison Down holding station at the front of this field here on lap 5 of 18. Bump 1, bump 2, accordion effect coming into play, and Filsell is officially there on the rear of this train. And Madison Down here, Reese, you have to feel is now got more pressure to deal with. And let's just remember what happened last time Madison Down was at the front of a train like this.
Yeah, certainly. We'll have to keep track of this one. It's an extreme top 4 right now. You can see Filsell is caught right up to the back of these guys. I wonder if he's going to start making real inroads within the next lap. Madison Down and Ethan Griggolt for the lead up at the front. Griggolt in the slipstream. Is he going to try and go for the dive on Madison?
Oh, he's gone under.
Yeah. Well, there we go. Madison Down didn't defend, and Griggolt's going to try and go for it. Madison Down braking just a little bit later here. Is Griggolt going to actually get through? He is.
Yes. Wow, that is tenacious there from Ethan Griggold. A big move down to the inside. Madison thought he had it covered, and my, was he mistaken. Now look at Dane Warren looking to try and freight train. Can Madison Down fight back? He's got no draft, and he was trying to defend all of those lines, and nothing forthcoming there as Phil Sell gets very late on the brakes behind the savant Dane Warren, and nothing happening at the moment, as now the pace will have to be incrementally increased once again, with now a firm sandwich filled, or an ERT sandwich filled with both Altus and also some filling from Madison and Down's Trans-Tasman team, and that very nearly ended in capitulation for Madison.
Goodness me, I don't think I've ever reacted so viscerally to an almost overtake in my life. Have a look at Phil Sell. He's really starting to experiment with those lines. Yeah, Hamstead on Wayne Burke just behind them. And Burke with the better traction on the exit. Hamstead is looking very racy though.
Yes, he is. Maybe he's trying to just find every ounce of everything that he's got available to him here on lap 6 of 18. 1/3 distance score complete at the end of this one, and surely he's got the run that he's been looking for such a long time. Dane Warren now starting to think about the run that he's going to try and pick up. He's tucked in underneath and looking down to the inside of Madison Down, who is very late on the brakes. How late is the answer? Well, Warren's going to hold it off as Hamstead goes down the inside. Madison Down has to take to the escape road, and that's going to be some slowdown penalty time. There was contact between them. Now here comes Phil Sell looking for the ERT 1-2 at the moment. Down to the inside of Dane Warren he will go, and at the moment I'm not sure what Dane's got to defend here. He hasn't had to fight too much on the outside, and ultimately nothing he can do. ERT 1-2.
Well, that is going to make team manager Brenton O'Brien extremely happy. Phil Sell and Griggold 1-2. We're going to get a replay very quickly of Dane Warren and Madison Down. Let's have a look at what happened here in the first turn. So Warren pulls out to go for the move. Fair enough. Let's have a look at what happens when they get down into turn 1. Madison Down, oh yeah, there was a little bit of contact. Down just had to go to the grass. There was a big bounce off of Dane Warren's car there. Wheels coming together.
Hamstead is on an absolute tear at the moment. He's just lunged one down the inside of Madison Down, who's clearly struggling right now for pace, as now they make their way to the left-hander coming up. There's contact behind, though. Ian Ford is turned at 90 parallel by Forzen El Nabi in the Trick Sim Sport car, who was trying to get down two drivers at once. One was Brenton Hobson. That was very brave from Forzen El Nabi, and the turnaround for Ian Ford will not be ideal, but my goodness me, this race starting to heat up as again Madison Down can hold off a Hamstead just for the moment. Runs a little bit too deep. Hamstead trying to go around the outside here, Reese, and I think it's position gained here at the next corner, Curva de Sol.
Yes, indeed. They're very close coming out of turn 3 right now. Madison Down with some good traction. Let's have a look at car number 37. That's Cooper Webster trying to get in on this. Wayne Burke as well, staking his claim. Hamstead at the front of this car. Madison Down. Oh, big contact there on both Down and Burke. Almost around for Burke, but definitely around for Down. His night has gone completely down the drain.
Wayne Burke's got damage though, front left. Keep an eye on the front left of Wayne Burke. He's going to be falling backwards horribly over the course of this one. It's all gone wrong at the moment. They've all started to get a bit aggressive with each other, and the incidents have started to flow in. All of a sudden, the top 5 is all changed. Ethan Griggold, Jared Philsell, Dane Warren, Madison Down, and Richard Hamstead, your top 5 here in this one, and they all understand it now. Okay, we've seen a few incidents here and there. Now it's the time to recover. Look at where Madison Down's got to fight with. Ian Ford, of all people, who had his own little spin, and Brett Cananzi to boot as well. If you look at, say, where Wayne Burke is, well, he's allowing Jake Burton the chance to fight for a top 10.
Yep, exactly right. A lot of guys out of position for where we expected them as of last race, but we are currently looking at the battle between Richard Hamstead and Cooper Webster for position 4, and Ian Ford's just gone by Madison Down on the straight. That is a very bad loss of straight line speed for the number 77.
It is very telling, and Madison Down, after a poor showing around 1, look at the front left of that vehicle. It looks absolutely like a monster who's just taken a massive bite out of the headlight and the fender, and it's all very, very telling. But Kananzi can't quite find a way through, and that one's just going to have to be waiting game a little bit longer. But yes, that battle, Webster versus Hampstead, stays the same. Hobson's got to hold back Forzan El Nabi, and let's not forget here, Brenton Hobson's gained 4 of his own at this stage. Oh God.
Yeah, Lee Ellis and I think that's that's Michael Cracknell there, battling quite hard at the moment through Ferradura. Bit of contact once again. Almost threatened to spear one of them off. Have a look at John Emerson trying to get in on this. This is one guy that has been around since basically the dawn of time in iRacing, and he is right in amongst it, battling with all of these newer guys.
Well, he can try his best, but ultimately not quite there just yet, and he can't get anything and say it's just not fair at the moment as Lee is finding himself in the best position that he can at the moment. Gap at the front though, keep an eye on this. 7/10 of a second. Philsell and Griggolt, I'm not sure they're going to play multi-orders here. I think they're going to fight this one to the end, with Dane Warren just 8/10 back, and he's starting to just slowly fade away over the course of this battle for the race lead. Too wide though. Madison Down still fending off Brett Kananzi. Somehow Kananzi's got to get a good run. There's Maloney as well. Emily Jones in the mix too. This is 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th and 19th on the track as Maloney has got by on Jones into turn number 1. Kananzi is not brave enough on the brakes to send one down the inside of Madison Down.
No, certainly not. Meanwhile, drive-through penalties for both Corey Preston and Jordan Ross. So Corey Preston was deemed at fault for that incident earlier with Muggleton, which I'm not too sure about. I don't really know what more Preston could have done. Oh, no, I've just been corrected. It's for a separate incident with Michael Taliancic. My apologies.
Yes, and that is a penalty which he will not be serving because Corey Preston is officially out of this event, as now Hobson side by side with Forzan El Nabi heading down through Marulo. And can he hold it around the outside? Forzan can! Oh, hello, Forzan! And now he's going to try and open this one up and get away through. Remember, Trick's teammate behind. Zlowski's going to try and open up this door too. Hobbo has been absolutely tricked, deceived, lied, cheated on, all the rest of the verbiage from the thesaurus you can find, because Scott Zlowski's down the inside, and I'm not sure what Hobbo can do about that. Trick Sim Sports with a book out of any magical trick.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But Zlowski, it's not over between him and Hobson, because unfortunately he couldn't get the move done there. Have a look at the run that he gets through the middle part of the turn, and that's something I've noticed all night long. The fact that some people get a really good run through the middle phase of turn 3, but some get better on the exit. Here's Cracknell and Ellis again. Cracknell in front. These guys are not letting each other go. Neither are the people behind them.
No, they're not, and they're all scrapping it out, looking for a bit of space out on the road, on the brakes into Tequila de Largo. Too wide they go, and they will hold it together. KRF versus Trans-Tasman Racing. Lee Ellis and Cracknell, they get back into single file as they make their way across to the next stage. Oh, a little bit of contact there between them. Hold it together, boys, and they do. And that is still positions unchanged down the inside of the Laranjina, and still nothing. And there's going to be a bump on the outside for Emerson, who's going to take the inside. Thank you very much. Go, Lee. No, Lee, that's not what you wanted to do.
Certainly not, but Ellis is not going to let Emerson go here, I think. He's trying new lines to the outside, but Emerson, now that he's by Ellis, he has got eyes forward. He is going to try and go for Cracknell, possibly attempt to break into the top 20.
4/10 of a second. The lead gap comes down once again. Now Dane Warren starting to struggle. He's falling back into Hampstead and Webster in the battle for the podium as well. You've got so much going on right now. You don't quite know where the best place to look is, but the leaders are starting to close each other down. And it was the battle between two different factions when they last had a scrap for a race victory. Now all of a sudden, it's same team, same battle, and for the moment Ethan Grigolt's 117 against Jared Philsell's number 1, This now becomes a case of who cements themselves with a victory. Philsell's got one this season. Ethan Grigolt's still waiting for his chance.
Yes, indeed. And there's Lee Ellis. No, Michael Healy, sorry, trying to guard the inside of his former teammate, and he's around! Right into the wall, both of them off. And that is going to really put a dent in their nights, to say the least.
My word.
Quick replay that we're going to bring up, thanks again to Modem Simulation. Let's have a look at what happened here. So, went up the inside and then tracked out, but Ellis was still there, and across he went.
Oh dear, Michael Healy gets a big spin, along with Lee Ellis coming together. That was not part of the plan, and ultimately they've now got to find a way of coexisting for the last 6 laps worth of racing out on track. Wayne Burke has been caught by Jake Burton, but still nothing in terms of making a move happen out on the road. Jared Philsell, mighty tight he goes through turn number 3, Curva de Sol, looking to get past his teammate. Will he find a way through on the 117, who pushes ever so slightly wide? The two very, very similar in the ways that they want to attack. On the brakes they go. Still nothing just yet, but my goodness, it is so tight.
Certainly is, and it's too early in the season for team orders at the moment. We're only at round 2, remember, so these guys are definitely going to fight it out on track. No, certainly didn't, certainly not, but I think ERT is a world away from Ferrari in terms of how they handle their drivers. So Ethan Griggolt still pressuring, and we look at Jake Maloney and Madison Down with Brett Cananzi here. These guys are still going right at it. And have a look around the outside, the TTL machine. Easy does it, everybody.
Lovely and jubbly. They remain too wide into the Pinarino. Any chances, any chances. Madison's going to fight this one back. There's Emily Jones probably not wanting to get involved. A little bit tame at the moment she is. She's got to find a bit of fighting spirit if she wants to gain those positions. No chance from there. Straight through goes Jake Maloney, and he holds on to station just for a moment out on track. What will Philsell have with 5 laps to go? Maybe thought about it into 1. Still nothing though at the moment. Now that gap for third down to 9/10 of a second. Here comes Hobbo, 88 down the inside in the battle for 6th position right now, and is desperately trying to hold off a whole trick army, and at the moment they're going to keep it going down to Rata Aposta. Look how wide Forzan goes.
Yeah, and preserves that position there in the process. So now Hobbo is facing a real hard attack from Sislovsky. The trick sandwich continues with the filling in its place that it's been. But Ethan Warren and Wayne Burke still battling behind them. Here's an onboard with Sislovsky. We're going to have a look at what he can do versus Hobson. Getting on the brakes nice and early. That's going to help his rhythm through this section, but you can tell Hobson's starting to have a bit of trouble with grip.
Yeah, he is, and someone else having trouble at the moment is Wayne Burke. He's dropped 2 positions right now. Stokes, Coxhead, and Ian Ford all want to make ways through. Ford looks down the inside, gap being left, but ultimately nothing coming from it. And there's Ross Rizzo on the back of this train too, so they're all in this scrap together and looking to try and get something out of it right now, as we will have ourselves 4 laps to go now officially at the line. Griggolt just holding station. That gap is just 4/10. It has increased over that last lap, but it does feel like quite a bit less. Does Hobbo 88 have another lunge underneath him in his belt, in his pocket? Oh, you bet he does. Oh, they come together, bang into the wall, and that is a pure fencing coming along between the pair of them. Sislovsky will be happy to run away with it.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, Sperry. That looked a bit sus to me. Either he lost it under brakes or it was an incredibly late defense from Al-Nabi. They both got damage there, but Hobbo's come off the worst of it. So
Oh,
whoa, hold up, hold
that was
up.
Kyle Stokes going down the inside. He threaded the smallest needle possible and took grass to avoid action. That was so deadly and dangerous. Look a little bit further in front, because there's Dane Warren under pressure from Richard Hampstead for the podium all of a sudden, and it's just like a powder keg gone off with a fire explosion from a crossbow bolt.
Yeah, we just saw another angle of the incident there between El Nabi and Hobson, and you did see El Nabi's car pitch more towards the inside of the corner there on the entry to turn 1. I don't know how much of it was due to the rears locking up or just some overzealous defending, but either way, that is going to be Brenton Hobson away with it, and there's the onboard from Kyle Stokes. My goodness, how that didn't turn into something worse, I'll never know.
Nor will I, but look at Hampstead really ratcheting in Dane Warren. Not much the oldest man can do. He goes hard defensive, but not enough. On the brakes, Hampstead looks for the uber inside line and opens the door, and he's managed to try and get everything going. Dane's got the inside though for 2 and holds on for 3, and Cooper Webster just sits and waits behind and does not want to get involved just yet. Not with 3 laps to go, not with opportunity knocking.
No, certainly not. Webster is still very hungry here as Hobson jumps into the pits. I think his night may be done. That's really unfortunate for Hobbo after showing so much potential for a good result here in the pre-qualifying and early phases of the event. But these guys are still going at it absolutely tooth and nail. Richard Hampstead, one of the most experienced drivers in the field. He is going to try and get by Dane Warren, who's just coming off the high of his first race victory. Further back, we take a look briefly at El Nabi and Burton, who were fighting with each other. But this is the biggest battle on track right now.
Oh my goodness, it is, because it's got Ross Rizzo on the back of it as well. Kyle Stokes under pressure, Coxhead, Burke, Ford, Warren, Burton, El Nabi, Sislowski, all of them effectively in the same battle pack here for 6th on downwards. Ethan Warren started 25th. He's now 9th in this one. He's had a stormer of a race so far, and there's still 6th place on offer if he can make his way up through the train, but he's only got 2 laps left if he wants to make something happen. Gap between Greg Galt and Jared Filsell remains at around 0.5 of a second at the moment. I think Filsell needs 2 mega laps to make something happen, and Hampstead can't find anything against Dane Warren, not for the time being anyway, and he's probably going to also have a look at the last lap waiting as still the packs make their way through to 1.
Yep, they absolutely do. These guys still going very hard down the back straight. No passes that Dane Warren needs to look out for here. He's going to have to keep an eye on the drivers behind him, because come the last lap, they are going to start lunging more than ever.
They certainly are. Do or die time, and for Greg Galt, he's slowly, like an elastic band, stretching Jared Filsell's resources and his resolve as behind. Warren again holding well on the defence. Here comes Jake Burton though, looking down to the inside of Forzan El Nabi. Can he get himself the opportunity? Got to go the long way around, and that is going to be Forzan El Nabi, almost El overtaken at the moment. Down the inside at the Pico de Pato, and Ian Ford's going to try and get opportunistic here on a certain Ethan Warren, and gets it. So there's the position gain back then for Evolution Racing Team's Ian Ford, who now starts thinking about, okay, Forzan, you're next then, you're part of this. White flag comes out then on tonight's racing here at Autodromo Jose Carlos Pace, here at Interlagos, Sao Paulo, Brazil. Greg Galt 6/10 over Jared Filsell, who's running out of everything at the moment. Dane Warren goes defensive in the battle for the podium. He's desperately trying to cling on to a double podium finish, which not many people have managed to get. Behind that though, and through, Ian Ford has gone, Jake Burton as well, and Forzan El Nabi, who's going the wrong direction at the worst possible time with no time to react to it. Just at the moment, no looking to fall then for either of your battles at the front of the field. And Greg Galt has looked fantastic when it's come to the infield section. There's not much that Jared Filsell can really say or do which can change the outcome of this one, unless he goes for an uber late move, which I think he is way too far back to make and manifest to be a reality. Still though, Hampstead looks to try and find a way past Dane Warren. Still, it is nothing that he is able to find, able to work on, as I think Cooper Webster is just going to try and walk out of jail free with 3 inside the top 5 coming along for an Evolution Racing team that has faltered and wavered and struggled over points in this race and over these races, but now finds itself in a great position. Up the hill they come then for the final time on lap 18 of 18, and whoa, my goodness me, he couldn't quite get it done in race number 2, but can he get it done in the form finish here at race number 3? Yes, he can. Ethan Griggolt wins here at Interlagos. Hampstead cannot get past Dane Warren. He is unfathomable. He's infallible in the way that he can get by. Zlowski gets a career best, surely, in 6th position. And what great racing all the way up to the flag as Jones and Down have their own scrap to boot.
Absolutely. It's still going on further down the field. Jake Maloney just beating out Brett Cananzi across the line, and TTR teammates Down and Jones. Jones comes off the best in that. Still some photo finishes going on all down through the field. Here's Talyancic and Ellis. Can Ellis get it done? No! He's going to spin right at the end! Oh, Lee! No,
Lee. No, Lee. That's not what we wanted to see, Lee, as he finds himself in all sorts of issues. He got the slide before any contact was made, I thought, there, and then he's managed to just hold it together, but he's lost another position on top of that one, and that was to teammate Sean Kelly to boot as well. So classified results then from the final round of the evening. My goodness indeed. Ethan Griggolt picks up the victory in 28 minutes and 13 seconds, takes it away from Jared Filsell, the number 1, who for the first time in quite a while has failed to find a race victory in an event that he has had the chance of winning. Dane Warren gets 3rd position with Richard Hampstead unable to find a way through in 4th. Cooper Webster gets a top 5. Scott Zlowski with a great 6th place finish. Jake Burton gets 7th. Ian Ford rounding out the top 8.
Forzan El Nabi will come home in 9th, and Ethan Warren with perhaps one of the drives of the day there, 25th to 10th. Awesome job. Wayne Burke, on the other hand, went backwards. He's going to have to settle for 11th. Chris Coxhead and Kyle Stokes in 12th and 13th. And the top 16 rounded out by Rizzo, Maloney, and Cananzi.
Yeah, they certainly have been. As I've just noticed, Josh Muggleton's just had an incident on the slowdown lap, just coming together with Jack Boyd, so they're going to have to be careful about that. Stewards could have a look. So from there on in, Emily Jones gets 17th with Madison Down in 18th position overall. 19th would go to Michael Cracknell. Jake Blackwell rounds out the top 20 with John Emerson, Kurt Stenberg, James Mackay and Luke Harvey making 24.
Ryan Jones in 25th with Andrew Gilliam finishing 26th in the end. Jack Boyd made it 27th from 40th. Jordan Ross finishes where he started. Meanwhile, Talyancic, Kelly, Ellis and Hewson running at the top 32.
They certainly are. And then you look for the final finisher on the leading lap. James Duckworth had a quiet day at the office today. But further on from that, those a lap down or worse. Michael Healy, Brenton Hobson, Josh Muggleton, Corey Preston, Griffin Gardner, Glenn Postlethwaite, Brady Myers, and Michael Schreier as well here on the SimSpeed Entertainment Network, on the iRacing Esports Network. We are going to step aside very briefly. Post-race coverage coming to you after this.
fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got everything outside of both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taking Anderson! Anderson's up top! Oh my god! Big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled!
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, there we go. Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god!
God, what?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Virtual Racing School V8 Supercars Online Premiere Series. What a finish to a sensational night's worth of racing in more ways than one. Everything under the sun has happened, but it's a final big victory that has come in for a certain few drivers, and my goodness me, there's been a lot of work that's been put in. We'll go chronologically though. We'll start with race number 1, winner Madison Down, joining us from Trans-Tasman Racing. Madison, my goodness. Well, you had the whole world in your shoulders behind you, and you managed to just build yourself a little bit of a gap when everything sort of just sparked and ignited probably the biggest bonfire scene over an Interlagos track.
Yeah, it was a interesting race from where I sat. Firstly, I did not expect to be on pole position and even be in that position, so it was nice to be up the front. We thought we had a pretty average car going into tonight, so to have the pace to grab pole was really quite a surprise to us, and then to actually have the pace to run up the front was good. I don't think I had the pace of Phil Sell and Miney behind me, but I knew that if I had any shot at winning, I had to make sure that I held Jared up as much as I could and tried to work his tyres out. And basically that's what I did. I just tried to hold Jared up and if I could, even try and get Maloney in front of him, which is exactly what happened. So that race played out beautifully for me. I was very lucky, but yeah, that was quite an exciting one. But big shout out to Brock and Lee. They did a lot of the setup work on that car tonight. We struggled a little bit for tyre life, but in the end, the car wasn't too bad.
Car wasn't too bad at all from you. And Reese, well, you've caught an eye on the man who finished in second, won the second race, and my goodness, it was a long time coming for Dane Warren.
It certainly was. Dane, you've finally done it. How does it feel?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Obviously not ideal being a reverse sprint, but definitely very happy to have grabbed my very first win in V8SCOPS.
You certainly backed it up again with third place in race 3. How was that from your perspective?
Very happy to have gotten third after a pretty poor qualifying in race 1. Obviously, there's still a bit to do. I felt we could have had a bit more pace and a bit more tyre life, but very happy with the results.
Well, considering everything, your victory duck has been broken in Scops. Is it going to be easier now for you to challenge for victories, knowing you can do it?
Oh, we'll see how we go. Competition's always getting harder and harder each race, so we'll take it as it is and work to continue fighting up the front.
Certainly will. Altus Esports' Dane Warren there. Sperry, you have the Eggman.
I do. A win in race 3. Well, it almost became back-to-back victories there for you. You got yourself second place in the second race, a big victory in race number 3, but crucially managing to hold it off against the reigning championship leader coming into this event. But surely a big victory that gives you massive momentum, Ethan, that heads you all the way to Oran Park.
Yeah, look, that race was just awesome. Like, the entire night of racing was just awesome by everyone's part, except for maybe the first race was a little crazy there for a bit. But yeah, in the second race, I knew we had the tire life over a lot of cars around us. We had an awesome set in the hot weather, and I just sat behind Dane for a bit and just tried to square up the car for the exit to use as little tyre as possible and then have a massive crack at him at the end. But he managed to hold me off with some really good defending his brakes were really good in turn 1, so I couldn't really get him there, and then that race was done and dusted. So
that was absolutely fantastic for you. Very quickly, shout out some sponsors who gets it done for you.
Oh, just massive shout out to everyone in ERT. We've been red hot this week, and the boys over at Logitech, Speed Cafe, JRT, and I can't forget our awesome merge with the Apex Racing team now, which is really paying dividends.
Really paying dividends. Ethan Grigalt doing very, very well, winning in race 3. Championship leader coming in. Big, big day for him. Not in all of the ways than one. Reese standing by with Jared Filsell.
Yeah, Jared, it was a difficult one for you, all things considered. Are you happy with the night despite everything that happened?
Yes and no. Race 1 was a bit of a cluster, let's say. But the start of the night didn't get it underway for me really well because I had my race set loaded in qualifying, so that really put me on the back foot.
Oh.
I managed to get one out at the start there, so avoided a little bullet there, but just super tough racing in race 1, honestly. I think we're all to blame, to be honest. We're not giving an inch, and unfortunately with interwebs and whatnot, so people get sent for 6, but I'll cop that one on the chin where I hit Maloney. I didn't expect him to go sailing off into the sunset there, so sorry for that one. But nonetheless, I think the RT guys had a really good set this week, and I think it shows for the guys up there that got the results tonight.
Just quickly looking forward to Oran Park, Jared. Do you feel like you can get back on top there?
Yeah, definitely. Oran Park's one of my favourite tracks. Predominantly more about tyre life and flow, and I think I've seemed to got that down pat recently. So, we'll head out there and have a good lob and see how we end up.
Have a good lob indeed. Jared Filsell there, Sperry. It's time for us to say goodbye.
Yes, we certainly have to say goodbye. A massive thanks, though, to all the sponsors that get it done for us. The Virtual Racing School, of course, for sponsoring the series, presented by Oceanic Sim Racing. The Motum Simulations replays that you've seen, West End Mazda, have also been massive over the course of this one. And, of course, as well as CPR Parts in the background, too. But we head next in the championship to Oran Park, a massive, massive round for those who step foot for the first time on Australian soil as they look to get their races back on track, their championships in check. But ultimately, from Reese Gardner, from Jay Kennedy, from myself, Jake Sperry, my goodness, what racing we've seen, and smiles all round on pretty much every team in the centre of all of the maelstrom. See you for now.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now. He's got traction. He's got everything outside of both of them. Maloney! Oh, he's taking Anderson. Anderson's up to him. Oh my God! Oh, big crash. Oh my goodness, half the field's going to get rolled.
Second very close. These guys want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, there we go. Oh no! That's massive. This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh my God.